Alright, I believe we should be up. If I don't have it wrong right now. Alright. We are supposedly up. Alright, so today we have a very interesting setup that's unfolding across much of the United States. If we take a look at our current outlook here, you can see we have a very large moderate risk area, which is across much of Oklahoma. And as you can see, a lot of those severe thunderstorm warnings, special weather statements are starting to move into the area. Let me pull up my Epic pen real quick. I can do some illustration here. Alright, but as we can see, this moderate risk area right here is currently up for a very large chunk of Oklahoma. And it's looking like a lot of these storms that are popping up are heading to the northeast towards Oklahoma City and Tulsa. So later on this evening, we're going to definitely have to be watching out for some severe potential in those areas. Now, as of now, if we switch here, we can see what's currently going on in the moderate risk area. You can see it's a lot of disorganized thunderstorms. I mean, they're starting to get a bit more organized here, and you can see statements are up. But it looks like the majority of the intensification will be happening a bit later. Now, we do have a few warnings up here that are just on the edge of the moderate, and this one probably about to enter it at some point. But overall, it's taking a little bit of time here for those storms to develop. Now, it's a different story down here in Texas. We have a line of severe thunderstorms that extends all the way from around the Coleman area up to, actually all the way up into Wichita Falls area here. Especially down here, this line that's heading towards Weatherford, Dallas, Fort Worth. These storms are definitely going to be very potentially severe in Dallas. And again, Dallas is a very populated city and very at risk for severe storms. So that's something we will have to be watching as well as we head into the next few hours. And I will also mention that in Dallas and Fort Worth is also in the enhanced risk, which means we have a lot of severe potential in this area specifically. Now, let's first just take a look at the SBC here. We're going to quickly overview what's going to be happening and what we're going to be tracking throughout this stream. Now, as you can see, we have, again, this this moderate risk area here, which extends throughout much of Oklahoma. So right here, that moderate risk, that's our main area to watch as we head through the next few hours. But then we also have enhanced risk, which extends all the way from extreme southwestern Ohio all the way down into northern Texas, that Dallas-Fort Worth area there. So a very large, widespread area of severe thunderstorms that we will be having to track throughout this stream. And then we also have, again, that slight risk, which extends actually all the way into West Virginia and into central and even some portions of southern Texas. And then finally, we have a marginal risk, which is very, very large. As you can see, it extends all the way from northern North Carolina into portions of northwestern Texas and almost here to the border. So very large area of severe potential as we go through the rest of the day. And so let's quickly take a look at like a very wide range of areas on the map. So we'll take a look at just what's going on a large scale. So here's our kind of national radar, as you can see. We hide some of these so it's easier to see. But you can see we have a lot of storms that are currently popping up across the United States. Missouri, one big area, a lot of heavy rainfall currently popping up in Missouri here, as well as central Oklahoma. And then we have that line here in Texas that we're gonna have to watch. And then even if we head to um, Illinois, Indiana, Wisconsin, even western Michigan, a lot of heavy rainfall and thunderstorms moving through there. Chicago is another area that could be seeing some potential. Chicago currently is in a TSTM, which means just general thunderstorms, but again, winds up to 40 miles per hour and small hail are still a possibility here in Chicago. And Chicago is pretty close to that marginal as well, so definitely something to watch, including the rest of the metropolitan area there. But again, we're placing emphasis on this enhanced and moderate risk area. This is where our greatest severe potential will pretty much end up throughout this evening. Now, it's actually quite surprising this line is currently moving through Texas. We have a lot of alerts currently issued there, a lot of severe thunderstorm. That yellow you see is all severe thunderstorms. And those are currently moving eastbound towards cities like Dallas, Fort Worth, Stephenville, Brownwood. All these cities are in the path of this line. Even areas here by Kansas City, definitely still under risk there. To reopen that. And real quick, I'm going to take a look at some of the more specific threats. So first, we'll take a look at the tornado threat specifically. And you can see a lot of colors on the map today. We have a 10% significant risk for tornadoes across portions of Oklahoma, Arkansas, and Missouri here. That significant risk means we do have the potential for tornadoes potentially even reaching above EF2. So definitely watch out. If you're in these areas, you want to have your plan ready and know what to do if a tornado warning is issued for your area. And then that 10% as well, that means a 10% risk of a tornado ending up within 25 miles of any given point within that area. So if you live in this area, there's a 10% chance of you seeing a tornado within 25 miles of your location. And in the weather world, that's pretty significant. Of course, it could be higher, but definitely still significant, and you definitely want to have that plan ready because there's definitely potential for tornadoes as well as significant tornadoes. And those significant tornadoes can be the most damaging. We also have this 5% risk here, which this extends all the way from northern Texas, again, that Dallas-Fort Worth area, all the way into southwestern Ohio there. So 5% risk, again, it's half of what the 10% is, but still, it is definitely a considerable risk. So definitely, again, have that plan ready and be prepared for any potential warnings or other statements there. And then that 2%, again, the risk is pretty low, but it's not nothing. So definitely still have that plan ready, know what to do, but I guess you could say you don't have to have that highest level of concern for tornadoes specifically in that area. Now if we take a look at our other risk levels here, we have our wind risk. Now wind is currently a 30% significant. That's our greatest area of risk, and this area is currently lining up here, again, southwestern Ohio and into portions of central and eastern Oklahoma. That's that 30% risk for severe winds. And then we have that significant risk just inside of that 30% area, which means, again, we have the risk for damaging wind gusts above 75 miles per hour. So significant risk basically is saying wind gusts of hurricane force or stronger are possible in that region. And then that 30% is saying there's a 30% chance of there being an instance of damaging winds above 60 miles per hour within 25 miles of your area. So that's pretty much the concept you have to understand. It's within any 25-mile point of any point within that overall risk area. Now we also have a 15% risk. Again, it's pretty much half of the risk there in that 30%, but still significant. It's still a 15% chance of there being damaging winds somewhere near you. So still know what to do during severe thunderstorms. Specifically, what you want to do is you want to seek shelter indoors, away from windows, and even beforehand, if the line you think is approaching and you want to head outside, get any loose objects that could be projectiles and cause a harm to other people, definitely bring those in. Specifically, like smaller items. No one's telling you to bring in a trampoline or anything, but definitely know what to do during damaging winds, because damaging winds can be, again, damaging. It could even be dangerous. There's a lot of stories of people in their yards have these very large trees, and they're easy to blow down in these strong winds, and when they blow down, they could hit your house. So you want to be in a safe area as well. You want to be on a lower floor of your home, more center room, because there's a lesser chance of a tree crashing into where you are. If we take a look at the hail risk, this is overall the most significant risk of the day. You can see we have that 45% significant risk. So significant hail risk means we have the potential for hail above 2 inches in diameter, which is pretty significant. If you've seen what 2 inches looks like, it's definitely significant there. So you want to be prepared. You want to know what to do when a warning does get issued, and you want to seek shelter indoors. You don't want to be outside or anything. You want to be indoors, not under a tree or canopy. You want to be indoors on a lower floor of your home, and you want to preferably be away from windows, because again, with these hailstones could be damaging winds, and damaging winds and large hail do not mix. The hail essentially becomes projectiles, which can damage windows, property, and you if you're exposed to it. And then I would also like to mention that when we have a high hail risk, it means these storms are going to have strong updrafts. And that is one of the key components of a tornado, because a tornado, it's that traditional funnel shape here, but it has essentially air going up like that. This is an updraft, and it's what essentially fuels a tornado. And when we have strong updrafts that are capable of suspending large hail in the sky, then we also have that potential for strong tornadoes. So definitely know what to do during severe thunderstorms and tornadoes, because both can be equally damaging at times. Now we're going to go back to, actually we'll take a look at the WPC real quick. We do have the potential for some flash flooding today. Now, it's definitely a lower risk than the severe potential, but as you can see, we do have this slight risk area for much of, actually extending all the way into West Virginia there, and this is going to be a bit later in the evening we're going to really see this flash flood potential. But as the storms move this way, heavier rain will develop, more rain will develop, and that will definitely cause the potential for flash flooding. So slight risk means, again, 15% chance of an instance of flash flooding within 25 miles of your house if you're in the risk. And in the marginal risk, you can see still decent chance here. I mean, it's a very large area it encompasses, but a 5% risk for flash flooding. So it's something, it's notable, especially if your area frequently gets flooded. Now we'll take a look at what's going on radar yet again. Had to close the software there, it was bugging out a bit, but as you can see, we have a lot of warnings. They span all the way actually from the Chicago area down into Dallas and Central Texas, so a very large stretch, and even some warnings here in Virginia, Ohio, West Virginia, Kentucky. So we're going to take a look at some of these warnings more in depth. But first, I would like to quickly show this map. This is from Manny's Weather on Twitter. You can see this is his severe weather threat index, and you can see there is a high risk for severe thunderstorms here. Again, extending from Indiana into much of Oklahoma and even extreme northern Texas, north central Texas. So definitely be weather aware if you're in those areas. And we also have the area of potential extreme threats, again, more isolated, but there's the potential there for Oklahoma City, Tulsa, even Wichita Falls, and borderline Fort Smith and Springfield there. So definitely stay weather aware in those regions because we have that potential for severe weather, and even some, again, potential extreme threats to life and property in that area. Now, I would like to mention this is an unofficial forecast, but definitely take it into account when thinking about making your preparations. So now we're going to go take a look at some of the warnings that are currently active a bit more in depth. So first we'll start off with the West Virginia and Virginia storms. So we have a special weather statement currently in effect. This is for town of Hinton, Union, and Newcastle. This is all West Virginia here and Newcastle in Virginia. Now this is about to cross over the Appalachians. Let's see if the radar are going to pop up. Here we go. You can see these storms are not the largest, but again, there's definitely a severe component with this. And if we take a look at what this alert is in effect for, wind gusts up to 40 mile per hour and pea-sized hail. So definitely seek shelter indoors if you are in the path of this storm, because 40 mile per hour winds is definitely still enough to produce wind damage. Trees can fall down, all of the above there. So definitely seek shelter indoors if you're in Newcastle, Union, or Hinton. Those are in Virginia and West Virginia. Now we'll take a look at this other one here, which is actually just moving into West Virginia as we speak. There's a special weather statement in effect for Louisiana and Wayne townships. And you can see right here, this storm is expected to arrive just about near Hearts at around 7:46 p.m. Let's just say 7:50 due to its slight distance there from Hearts. And there are also, you could see some of that hail kind of showing up on radar there. So definitely seek shelter indoors if you're in the path of this storm. Do you know what we'll be expecting on the 3rd of April? So in our area, probably not that much because it's borderline a marginal risk, but it's possible we could get something. We'll see how it develops. But in my opinion, as of now, it's pretty uncertain. But there's definitely potential. It's probably the most potential out of the next 3 days. Now we have another special weather statement in effect. This is in southern Ohio here. This is in effect for Jackson, Oak Hill, Vinston, and just on the edge of Gallipolis. Hope I pronounced that right. And the storm is also expected to arrive near Middleport and Cheshire around 7:42 and 7:48 there. So seek shelter if you're in the path of this storm. It's looking like another 40 mile per hour winds and pea-sized hail there. So seek shelter indoors if you're in the path of that storm as well. And another similar alert here for West Union, Concord, Stout, Manchester, all those townships there. Again, seek shelter because this storm is probably going to miss a lot of these towns. Honestly, it's heading this way. So it might just miss some of these towns down here, but West Union, definitely seek shelter. We have heavy rainfall, damaging wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour, and pea-sized hail possible there. West Union, you're probably about to see that heavier precipitation within just about 10 minutes, or 7:11, 7:12. So seek shelter indoors if you're there. Now we're going to jump over to Missouri here. This is where we're seeing a lot more activity than just special weather statements. We have some severe thunderstorm warnings issued for these areas. So we'll start out with this storm heading towards St. Louis, which is looking pretty strong. Now, I will mention that the radar is very close to what we're looking at right here. So some of this might be a little bit distorted, but from what we could see on radar, it looks like pretty heavy hail potential right here. So definitely seek shelter indoors if you're in the path of this storm. New Mealy, Wake St. Louis, St. Peters, St. Charles, Chesterfield, Baldwin, all those towns, Augusta, seek shelter indoors if you are in the path of this storm. And ETA is showing it heading over to Overland within the next 50 minutes. Same with Clayton and Florissant, and then probably St. Louis within about 1 hour will be impacted here. So St. Louis, get your plans ready. Get ready to seek shelter indoors when possible. And then we have more severe thunderstorms heading through Jefferson City, and looks like we have a little bit of a hook here. Oh, yep, that's strong rotation right there. So I'm gonna go ahead and say this right now. If you are in St. Thomas, Westphalia, Teos, and even Lynn, seek shelter indoors immediately. We have very strong rotation starting to form right here, just pretty much just to the north of St. Thomas. I can kind of show that on radar. You can see we have the inflow here, and that's inflow as well here. And this is where our tornado basically will probably be located, just to the north of St. Thomas. So if you are in Westphalia, seek shelter indoors immediately. There is not a tornado warning yet, but it looks like they're definitely going to go ahead and issue one within the next few minutes, given the severity of that rotation. Let's see. And they do mention, oh no, they don't. Yeah, well, max hail size will be 1.75 inches and max wind gusts of 60 miles per hour. So regardless of the tornado potential with this, seek shelter immediately. But it is looking like a lot of updraft potential with this storm, and that updraft again is not a good component when you're looking at the risk for tornadoes. So again, seek shelter indoors if you are in Westphalia. There is definitely rotation there, and it's looking likely that we're going to be seeing a tornado warning within the next few minutes. Now we'll take a little bit of a jump over to Clinton and Butler area here. This is in Missouri still. Now we have a lot of heavy rainfall moving through this area. So again, some flood concerns is a potential. But Deepwater, Clinton, Appleton City especially, Rich Hill, strong thunderstorms are currently moving through your area. Wind gusts of 40 miles per hour and max hail size of 3/4 of an inch is possible, and you can kind of see we have some of those little areas of hail popping up. So definitely Clinton, Deepwater, definitely prepare for some small hail and damaging winds. Deepwater, probably this hail will reach you around 7:10, and for Clinton, I would say you're about to be hit again, probably 7:15 by some of this hailstones here. So definitely seek shelter indoors if you are in the path of this storm. And we're going to take a jump down to this severe thunderstorm area. And it's looking like the Jericho Springs, Lamar, Milford. These areas here are in the path of some very large hail. You can see on radar here, there's a very large area of hail that's forming right here. And if you take a look at the velocity, not too much rotation there yet. There might be something, but as of now, it's looking like mainly a hail and wind concern. Damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and max hail size of 1.25 inches is expected here. And I'll also go as far and say towns like Stockton, Flemington, Collins, definitely also be prepared to seek shelter when the storm does approach. Stockton, you're about 30 minutes out. Humansville, 44 minutes. And Webaloo is about 50 minutes out. So, again, get your preparations ready. Damaging winds, large hail, and possibly even a tornado developing there. But, again, we still have some time. And then we have another severe thunderstorm warning here for West Mineral, Weir, Pittsburgh, Asbury, Columbus. This is all in Nebraska. And in this area specifically, we're looking at the potential for wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour and a max hail size of 2 inches. This area right here is probably where we're looking at that hail. So, again, definitely seek shelter indoors, especially when we have large hail and damaging winds, because trees can come down, power lines can come down, loose objects can become projectiles, including hailstones if the wind is strong enough. So definitely seek shelter indoors, away from windows if possible. Next, we'll take a look at these storms here just to the north of Oklahoma City. We have a severe thunderstorm warning issued here for Orlando, Mulhall, and Perry townships in northern Oklahoma. Wind gusts of 70 miles per hour and max hail size of 1 inch is possible here. And you can see a lot of this. I know it is close to the radar, so it might be slightly distorted. But a lot of hail potential here and here. So definitely seek shelter indoors if you're in any of these towns here. And even Morriston, definitely seek shelter. And then particularly large hail, it's looking like on radar. Right here, you could see this very large area of potential hail right there, getting very high return rates there. Though the warning is only for max hail size of 1 inch in diameter and 60 mile per hour winds. And this warning just behind it, it's looking like 70 mile per hour wind gusts are possible, along with the threat for 1.75 inch size hail. Now heading down to the Oklahoma City area, we have these storms that are moving northeastward. I know it does look like it's heading this way, but it's actually moving in this direction here. So just skirting by Oklahoma City, luckily, staying away from the higher population areas, but you could see a large area of heavy rainfall, as well as the potential for wind gusts maybe up to 30 miles per hour and hail size approaching 3/4 of an inch. And again, we have just below it actually a lot of special weather statements are up here. Some of these heading just around Oklahoma City. Luckily dodging some of the higher population areas, but definitely still be aware that lightning is always a concern. Even if the storm is not directly over you, lightning can strike up to around 20 to 30 miles away from the actual storm's location. So even if you're in Oklahoma City right now and it's probably drizzling, still seek shelter indoors due to that lightning threat that would be best to avoid. Now we're going to take a look at some of these storms heading through Texas right now. Again, we have that severe line currently moving through portions of Fort Worth, actually. It's about to be moving into. So this line, it's looks like it's going to be heading eastward, just to the north of Fort Worth there, and then this line below it may potentially impact just below Fort Worth, if not Fort Worth. We'll see how the storms do develop over the next hour or so here, but you could see if these storms do come together here, we could see the development of a stronger line. And if we actually loop it, we could see what's going on there. Alright, yeah, it's looking like they're actually disconnecting. But it does look like this storm, based off what this is showing, the looped data is showing, it's on a slight angle here towards Fort Worth. So potentially, if we get some of that larger hail develop there, we could see that impacting Fort Worth. and Dallas as well. Even this larger area might impact Dallas as we head into about 1 or 2 hours ahead. So definitely, if you're in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, seek shelter indoors or be prepared to seek shelter indoors when these storms do arrive. And this line does actually continue down into areas like Brownsville, or Brownswood, and Lake Brownwood here. So if we take a look at this one specifically, it's approaching towns like De Leon and Dublin. And this warning above it here, it's in effect for Gorman, Stephenville, Ranger, Strawn, and even just on the edge of Lipan here. So again, seek shelter if you are in these areas. Very large hail is looking possible. The warning is indicating hail up to 1.5 inches in diameter and wind gusts up to 70 miles per hour, which is rather significant. And I've been thinking 1.5 inches is not much, but it is definitely significant. And definitely can cause damage, especially in combination with wind. Wind will blow the hail horizontally more and increase the destructiveness of those hailstones. And we'll head a little bit more south here. The line does start to break down the more south you go. And if I overload the SPC outlook again, you can see it's getting, the further away you get from the enhanced, the lower the storm threat is going to be. But again, still the potential for severe thunderstorms developing anywhere in this area down here. So again, definitely have your plan ready to seek shelter indoors. Now if we take a look at over here again, pretty much nothing has changed. We can check on this Virginia storm. You can see these cells are currently crossing the Appalachians. Now the mountains, especially over here, they definitely have an impact on storms. Now I'm not sure how much of an impact they're currently having, but we can actually loop it and see. Okay, not much as of now. But definitely they have a role in actually weakening these storms a lot. So we'll see what happens there. But it's looking like, based off what the SPC outlook is showing, the marginal risk does extend into portions of Virginia. So we could see some of that potential moving down eastward, but we'll see what happens. And it looks like they just dropped a bunch of those special weather statements for all these cells here. So currently, threat has decreased. So probably, I'm guessing, winds below 30 miles per hour and hail below around a half or a quarter of an inch. But again, still definitely some potential there in regards to severe threat as we go into the future, as again, marginal risk does indicate the potential for some development. There means there is some instability there, and instability means storms have the potential to become stronger and become more hazardous. Now we're going to take a look at St. Louis now, because St. Louis, it's looking like this storm is progressing into the metropolitan area. And oh yeah, well, it's passing the radar right now. I will mention that, so it's kind of hard to get a complete picture at what the hail and precipitation intensity is looking like, because again, the radar is just close to it. There's a lot of interference. A lot of things can interfere with it because the beam, it's at its like lowest point essentially, the closer you are to the radar. So a lot of interference is going to be impacting what we're seeing here. But from what we're seeing right now, definitely some hail potential. But specifics on that, it's hard to tell. The warning, the NWS, is currently saying 1.75 inch hail is possible. So it is entering a more densely populated area, so definitely seek shelter indoors. If you're in any of these towns here, Cottleville, Welton Springs, Chesterfield, Baldwin. I'd even say towns like Karor, hope I pronounced that right, Maryland Heights, Kirkwood, Maple, University City, Pine Lawn, and eventually even St. Louis will be um, directly impacted by some of this potential hail. So we'll see how that progresses. Currently, it's looking like St. Louis is about 42 minutes out, so around 8 p.m. exactly. You'll probably be seeing this storm moving into St. Louis, so we'll be definitely watching that. But as of now, definitely not direct impacts. And as I was saying earlier, that storm that was looking a bit suspicious there with the that hook and that rotation, it has just gone tornado warned, as I said earlier. So if you are in any of these areas here, Westphalia or Lynn, seek shelter immediately. You are in this tornado warning, and also Teos, you are also in this warning, though it's unlikely it's going to impact you. Max hail size of 2 inches is what the Weather Service is currently putting out, and this warning currently goes for damaging winds of 70 miles per hour as well. So damaging wind gusts, large hail, and potential tornado, all from this supercell thunderstorm that's currently located right here. And if we take a look at velocity again, we can see how it's been developing, and look at that. You can see, you can actually kind of see it. You could see a very clear influx of wind there, and another influx from this direction. And then somewhere over here where these two colors meet is where we'd be seeing that tornado potential. So in that area just to the west of Westphalia in, what city is this? Missouri. That's where we're looking at that tornado potential, and definitely seek shelter indoors immediately if you are in Westphalia. This tornado is right on top of you essentially, and it's looking like the path of this is heading directly towards Lynn. So if you are in Lynn, also seek shelter. You can even see a bit on satellite. We have a lot of development right over here, so definitely seek shelter indoors if you're in Lynn or any communities around Lynn. Seek shelter because this tornado is potentially heading straight towards you if it is on the ground. And we can even see what the correlation coefficient is showing here, if it's on here. Maybe it's not. We'll take a look at it on GR. Maybe not. Oh yeah, look at that. Definitely hail potential with this storm. And let's see what this is showing. Yeah, definitely some rotation right over Westphalia right here. So if you're in Westphalia, you should be seeking shelter immediately. And currently there's not much of a damage. There's not much debris being picked up by this tornado, so could it be on the grounds? Definitely. Could it not be? Possibly as well. But regardless, definitely seek shelter indoors in Westphalia. Westphalia, you could potentially form right over you, so you don't want to be in that type of situation. And you can see all this blue up here, and you might be wondering, what is this? Well, this is actually hail. This is right where that hail lines up. If I switch to the, well, it's one frame back, but this is where we saw a lot of that hail passing through. And that is what was being picked up on the radar. And you can even see some of these reports here of 1.75 inch hail in that area. So definitely confirmed large hail potential with this storm. And tornado potential as well, specifically in Westphalia. I'm just translating your comment there. A lot of marine warning. What does marine warning? I could take a look at that. If it's on here. It might not be. It depends. Alright, yeah. So I'm seeing on a radar in Puerto Rico, there are definitely some showers moving through the area. Some cells, some thunderstorm cells. Over here by Yabucoa. Sorry if I'm not pronouncing anything right. Vaquez. Rokoviz. Definitely some strong thunderstorms moving through that area. Now, as of now, I don't see any marine warnings, but if there were, it would potentially make sense, as there is definitely cells offshore as well, like even up here, there are some cells. But yeah, that would be why it's raining. There are some thunderstorm cells in your area. Now we're going to take a look at this tornado that's currently moving, or potentially a tornado which is currently moving over. Where's the site labels? There it is. A potential tornado which is currently moving through the town of Westphalia. It's looking like it just passed by in the past frame, but you can see we have a lot of rotation that's currently moving through over here. Now the rotation has it weakened a little bit, yes, but still tornado potential is definitely a concern here. And again, this is heading just to the south of Lynn, and there is a lot of development just below Lynn there. So definitely seek shelter immediately if you are anywhere near Lynn, especially just below Lynn. You want to seek shelter immediately, as we do have a potential tornado on the grounds there. And if we head back to Oklahoma real quick, a lot of cells still there. High risk tonight. I would say no. As of now, there's not. And it's not looking like they're going to issue one. I could pull up the risk real quick again. As you can see, there is a moderate risk in effect for portions of Oklahoma and extreme northern Texas. But as for a high risk, I would say it's unlikely. And typically when we see high risks, we see the SPC will kind of expand the moderate a bit more, like with every update, to kind of essentially make room for the high risk. And they've kind of not been doing that with this, so it's looking unlikely, both from the weather perspective as well as the SPC perspective on it. It's unlikely that we're going to see a high risk. Tomorrow, I'm unsure. As of now, there is a moderate. There is a moderate in effect for pretty much Ohio here, but depends what they choose to do. They only update this risk once every or twice every so many hours. I guess 6 hours for day 2 outlooks. So they definitely did add the moderate risk in the second update. So I'd say we'd have to see. But I'd say the risk within tomorrow's for tornadoes is definitely a bit higher than today's, because we have that 15% significant risk right here, highlighted in red. And if we go back to today's, we simply don't have that. We only have a 10%. And you might think, all right, well, 5% is not that much of a difference. But it actually is in this type of situation. Yeah, I would agree with that. Tomorrow, I'd say, is the the greatest chance, but even then, it's probably unlikely. And yeah, I'd say 30% tour is also possible. That's probably the greatest we'd see. And then there's also this interesting tool that came up recently. It's called StormNet, and it's basically shows it uses some type of model. I'm not sure exactly how it works, but some type of model to predict the threat of certain hazards associated with severe thunderstorms during the next 1 hour. And they're actually coming out with a 3 hour, so we'll see how that goes when that comes out. But as you can see, we are seeing a high potential for damaging winds across much of Texas, basically central and northern Texas here, as well as portions of Oklahoma. Just outside of Oklahoma City, we're seeing the greatest potential for damaging winds. So definitely the risk for damaging winds there, and that even extends up into Ohio and Missouri. Some level of threat there. Tornado threat, we'll take a look at that. Now, yeah, the highest threat is definitely in Missouri, where I was mentioning we have that active tornado warning, which is just to the southeast of Jefferson City and approaching Lynn. Now, I'm not sure if this is intensifying or weakening. Let's check that. Yeah, definitely still rotation there, so we're going to have to watch it. But definitely some potential there, and if you are in Lynn or just below Lynn, definitely get to your safe place and seek shelter until the storm passes. Now, over here, St. Louis area, again, we are looking at a very large thunderstorm approaching the city. Now, it is looking like the most of it will probably head just to the north of it. Probably like this, I would say. So the worst of it will miss Center City. But the northern portions of St. Louis and the northern metropolitan area definitely is in the path of this thunderstorm right here. And if we take a look at the hazards associated with it, we're looking at 1.75 inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And this new warning is up, and it extends all the way up to basically the St. Louis area. Western St. Louis is in it. So you are in the warning, but it isn't like the worst of it will probably pass just to the north of Center City. Now we'll head back to Oklahoma and see what's going on there. So we have some severe thunderstorms which are currently in effect here just to the north of Oklahoma City. Areas like Orlando, Perry, Mulhall, just below Marshall, Crescent. All these areas are currently in severe thunderstorm warnings. And these are up for actually 70-mile-per-hour winds in this southwestern one and 60-mile-per-hour winds in the northwestern one. But in both, there is a risk for hail of one inch or greater. So definitely seek shelter in those areas, as, again, wind and hail combined are definitely not something you want to be dealing with. They can become projectiles. They could damage windows and property. So definitely seek shelter indoors, preferably away from windows. And we have this storm right here just above Oklahoma City. I remember it was originally right here, and it's moving to the northeast. So luckily Oklahoma City was missed just barely by it. But again, as I was saying earlier, lightning is definitely a potential. So you don't want to be outside walking, even if it's not currently raining, because again, lightning is something we want to be watching out for. And we also have 2 more severe thunderstorm warnings just to the west of Oklahoma City. They are going to miss the city a bit, but damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour and hail of 1.25 inches is possible with this one down here. And the upper one, 1.5 inches of hail, and again 60 miles per hour for the wind gusts. So definitely hail potential has been a common theme with this. Most of these storms have hail above 1 inch, some of them even up to 2 inches in some cases. And if we take a look at the SPC real quick, we do have again that 45% significant risk for hail, like around Oklahoma City and just to the east of it. So in those regions, that's where we really have to be watching out for that hail potential of above 2 inches. Um, will anything happen in New Jersey in the next 3 days? I would say possibly. Definitely that severe weather threat is a potential. I think you mentioned that earlier on Wednesday. So we will have to watch that. And even tomorrow in like extreme southern New Jersey, we have a marginal, I believe, still. I could check that. Day 2. Yeah, there's a marginal risk for southern New Jersey on day 2, and then day 3 it's extended pretty much right to the border of central New Jersey. Could they extend that a bit more north? Definitely possible, but it's something like day 3 is definitely the greatest potential for severe weather of all the 3 days upcoming. And then yeah, tomorrow definitely going to be the greatest tornado potential in pretty much just Ohio, maybe extreme northern Kentucky, eastern Indiana, but pretty much just Ohio. It's very isolated. And we have a new tornado warning, which is up for St. Louis. We're going to take a look at that real quick. All right, so let's see. Oh yeah, definitely rotation is forming there. Now, it was hard to see when the storm was located just below the radar, but now that interference is decreasing, we could see we have strong winds in both directions here. A lot of rotation right in this area, and currently it's projected that this will impact St. Louis area and just to the north of St. Louis in around 37 to 38 minutes, so around 8:12-ish. Eastern time is when we're looking at that. And let's see, this is for 1.75 inch size hail and a potential tornado. So definitely seek shelter indoors if you are in St. Louis, center city of St. Louis, as well as all these areas to the west of St. Louis, like Overland, Frontenac, Clayton, University City, Richmond Heights, Town and County, St. John's, Ferguson, Glasgow Village, all seek shelter indoors when possible. Will day 3 get upgraded? It potentially could be. I think it will probably. They might extend it north to marginal. Slight, it's definitely possible, but we'll see. I think a slight is most likely in like southern New Jersey, but we'll see what happens. There's definitely a lot of time for that to develop, especially with severe weather. It could change from the morning to the afternoon. The entire setup could change. Yeah, I've seen that too. It happens all the time. Yeah, it's just it's very unpredictable, especially in the Northeast. Now, if we take a look at that tornado to the west in Lynn, now the rotation is becoming a bit more broad and less organized. So, has tornado potential decreased? I would say it has a bit, but warning is still up and definitely could reform quickly. So if you're in Lynn or just below Lynn, seek shelter immediately. It's going to impact you probably right now, pretty much. But the good news is, to the west of Lynn, it's looking like a pretty empty area of land here, so regardless of what happens, there's not going to be too many people affected by this storm ahead of it until it reaches New Haven, Washington, Union, Gray Summit, these towns over here, and potentially even St. Louis as it continues, so it could be a threat in the future. But currently the greatest threat of the day is in St. Louis as of now. Tornado warning remains up for St. Louis and surrounding towns to the west, including University City. And yeah, St. Louis is in the warning. So if you are in the majority of St. Louis, seek shelter immediately indoors and in the lowest floor of your home, particularly a room without windows if possible. And if you have a very small home, maybe even a bathroom, because bathrooms, a lot of people don't know this, but bathrooms are a lot safer compared to any other room in a very small home because they have a lot of extra piping in the walls, and that piping can help reinforce the walls a bit during very strong winds. But if possible, definitely get to a more interior room because interior rooms are the best solution out of all of them. I don't know if you've seen all those pictures, but during tornadoes, a lot of times, the interior room on the lowest floor of the home is sometimes the only room which walls are still standing. And a lot of times, luckily, that is a bathroom. So, definitely a concern there. But, we have a new tornado warning in effect in Oklahoma. This was just issued. Alright, so towns of Morrison and Glencoe are in a current tornado warning. Velocity is definitely showing some rotation here. You can see we have that rotating movement over here. It's just about in between Morrison and Glencoe, approaching Pawnee, if I pronounce that right. Yeah, it's heading right for Pawnee, and eventually Skeety and Blackburn. Pawnee is about to be hit around 15 minutes out, Skeety about 26 minutes out, and eventually Blackburn around 35 minutes out. So definitely there is some time to seek shelter. I know you are not in a tornado warning yet, but Pawnee, especially Skeety, I would definitely recommend being prepared to get to your safe place, which should be an interior room on the lowest floor of your home if possible. If you're in a apartment building, that's more for St. Louis especially, I would say seek shelter in the interior of the building. If you have a staircase in the middle of the building, that'd be perfect. Or you just get to the lower levels if possible. Any of those things, probably the best thing to do. Just stay away from windows, get to a lower floor, and you should be okay. Unless it's a very intense tornado, which is looking like it probably won't be at this time. But we'll take a look at it again. And let's see. And we have a tornado observed. We have an observed tornado currently heading for St. Louis. An observed tornado is on the grounds, confirmed by spotters, heading towards St. Louis and areas just above it. So if you're in St. Louis, seek shelter immediately on the lowest floor of your home. Stay away from windows and outside walls. You want to be interior room, and if you're in an apartment building, again, you want to get to the interior of that apartment building. Staircases are good, lower floors are good, basements are especially good if you can get to them. You have some time. Currently, it's about 20 minutes out, so definitely some early warning, but you want to seek shelter, especially if you're driving or anything. You want to seek shelter indoors, lowest floor of any building. Get to a sturdy structure if you're not at home. Definitely a lot of people potentially being exposed to this threat here. Now, this is an observed tornado on the grounds heading for St. Louis. So currently, 3 tornado warnings are active as of now. So tornado threat is definitely starting to pick up. And then Looks like a new special weather statement is up in Virginia here. Those cells, they kind of passed over the mountain, weakened a bit, but it looks like they are re-strengthening as they pass over the Appalachians and are approaching towns like Buchanan, Bedford, Lynchburg, Amherst, even southern Lexington. These cells could impact your areas. But definitely the greatest threat as of now is in St. Louis. We have an observed tornado on the grounds. So you're going to want to seek shelter on the lowest floor of your home. And if you're in an apartment building, I keep repeating this, but we have to drill it down, get to the most interior area of that building on the lowest floor possible. If you have a staircase, that's perfect. Anything like that would be optimal. Basements are pretty much the best thing if you have one. And also, there is a great resource I would like to share with everyone. It's called Finds. I think it's. This might be right. Yes, it is. FindYourTornadoShelters.com is a great website if you are in the path of a tornado, and it shows you. This is one person, Dr. Cece, I believe his name is, and he runs this. He collected all this information on where storm shelters are. So if you ever want to find out where storm shelters are in your community, definitely refer to this map. If we take a look at St. Louis area, there is pretty much no tornado shelters in the main city area, but over here near High Ridge, there is one. Peaceful Village could fit up to 950 people. We also have another one up here near Bosterstown, which could fit 739 people. So if you are in the path of a tornado or preparing to be, then definitely check out this map, findyourtornadoshelters.com. And it has a lot of information on where shelters are, especially Oklahoma, Missouri, Kansas. A lot of shelters are available in some of those communities. So check it out and definitely keep that in mind. And I can actually post this link in the chat if that would be helpful. So we'll do that just so anyone who might want it has it available to them. So definitely, if you are in the path of a tornado, check that out. And we'll take a look at the radar again. A tornado is currently confirmed, still heading towards St. Louis as of now. If we take a look at the velocity here, it's a bit hard to see, but it is confirmed on the ground as of now. So definitely, again, seek shelter indoors, lowest floor of a building. That's where you want to be during these types of situations. And then we also have that tornado warning over by Lynn. Now, luckily, it is starting to move out of the populated areas that we're discussing. A very open area, pretty much just hills and very rural areas. But again, if you are in that tornado warning, or if you're in the severe thunderstorm warnings, which are being issued, like towns like Herman and New Haven, definitely seek shelter indoors, because wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour and hail up to 1 inch will be possible there. So less populated, definitely, but still, if you are in those towns, seek shelter. Hey, just weather, what's up? I don't know what's wrong with my voice today, but it is not doing good. Alright, and we still have that tornado warning up for Morrison and Glencoe in Oklahoma. So if you are in those areas, seek shelter. Now, it is the least concerning of the storms as of now, but definitely it's still concerning. It is a tornado warning, so seek shelter indoors, lowest floor of your home, if possible. And then again, we're going to take a look at that St. Louis one. Now, there is some good news. Now, this tornado is no longer confirmed. It is now radar indicated and hail size of 1.5 inches. So the threat has decreased for the St. Louis area, and actually St. Louis has been taken out of the warning entirely. So St. Louis, you can leave your safe place now. You are out of the tornado potential, and pretty much out of the severe potential as well. So that's great news for St. Louis. Now I would just like to mention though that just because the storm is going to miss you, the lightning is still a potential. So don't go outside, go walking. Definitely stay indoors for at least 30 or 40 more minutes, at least till the storm is distant enough so the threat of lightning is a lot lower. And it looks like they also went ahead and expired that tornado warning in Missouri for the Lynn area. So tornado threat has decreased there, but the hail threat has increased a little bit, and you could see that on radar. We have that large area of high decibel readings there, which indicates the potential for hail. And it's looking like that area of hail will be impacting New Haven in around 32 minutes, or around 7:20 p.m. Central Time. And if we take a look at what's going on in the Oklahoma area, again, that tornado warning is still up, but I'm honestly not too concerned about it as of now. And if we take a look at some of these other storms, we have a lot of storms just to the west of Oklahoma City. You can see this huge area of storms moving to the northeast. It's all going to miss Oklahoma City, so that's very good news there. And they also don't look too severe, some of these. It looks like more of a rainmaker than anything else. But we also have severe thunderstorm warnings still in effect for a lot of these storms here. Areas like Stillwater, you're in effect, severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for 70-mile-per-hour winds and 1.25 inch size hail. And similar situation with this, 60 miles per hour and 1 inch size hail for Fairfax, Pawnee, Skeety, Blackburn, Winona, and just on the edge of Pawhuska there. And if we head back over here, again, those severe thunderstorm warnings are still up for areas like Binger, Hinton, Weatherford, Corn, Clinton, Falls, Thomas, Putnam, Oakwood, Geary. And then in Texas, we have those storms which are actually approaching the Dallas-Fort Worth area. You can see these storms. So it looks like there is good news here. We do have a bit of a break in the line right here, which is heading straight towards Fort Worth and Dallas. So definitely good news there. And it looks like these storms might just skirt the edge of Dallas. Maybe Dallas is in a bit of a greater threat from this storm. But Fort Worth, it's looking like a bit better of a situation. But still definitely that lightning threat. And Just Weather, definitely go check out Just Weather's page. A little bit of a shout out there. Brownwood, you also are in a severe thunderstorm warning for 50-mile-per-hour winds, 55-mile-per-hour, and 0.75 inch size hail. So pretty much a bare bone severe thunderstorm warning, but still seek shelter indoors, away from windows. And we also have this other one here. This is pretty much the greatest hail threat as of now for the towns of Boyd, Aurora, Fairview, Newark, Reno. You're in the severe thunderstorm warning for 2 inch size hail and 65-mile-per-hour winds. So 2 inch size hail, it's definitely significant. It's considered significant, actually. Anything above it. I'm sorry, no, 2.5 inches is, but it's still pretty significant. It can be damaging, especially when there's damaging winds, because they become projectiles and can cause damage to windows, cars, people if they're outside. Very destabilized here in Tulsa. Yeah, actually, let's take a look at that instability. We could take a look at that, actually, because why not? Haven't really looked at it that much today. Oh yeah, definitely, definitely a lot of instability across much of Oklahoma. 2,000 joules per kilogram across much of the state. Even some areas with 3,000 to 3,500. So very unstable in some of these areas, especially those pockets of instability. And if the storms line up with those pockets of instability, it can definitely influence the regional development of these storms. So those storms can be very intense for a short amount of time, just based off that sometimes. What was I looking at? Yeah. And if we take a look at the St. Louis area again, we have a tornado warning still in effect. Now, it's no longer a confirmed tornado, which is great news, but it is still in effect. We still have that potential here. It's very hard to see that rotation anymore. I think they're piloting over here near just below Hazelwood. Maybe over here is what they're trying to say, but yeah, tornado potential has definitely decreased with that storm in the St. Louis area, which is great news. The worst thing to really see is, again, those tornadoes heading through populated areas, so we'll see what that tornado has caused just to the west of St. Louis in a little while once all the damage reports start coming out. But as of now, strong thunderstorms currently moving just above St. Louis, so Granite City, Glen Carbon, Edwardsville, Collinsville, you're all in that severe thunderstorm warning, as well as Warden, Grand Fork, Highland, Edwardsville. This is for 60 miles per hour and 1.5 inch size hail. You'll be watching all night. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'll be up as long as I have to be, or at least until I fall asleep. And we can take a look at that StormNet forecast and see what is looking to be happening within the next hour or two. And you can see a very large area of Texas is expected to see damaging winds. Right here, very large area. Now, I think that break into storms is still happening over Dallas-Fort Worth area. Yeah, right here you can see that little break in the storms is probably going to be great news for Fort Worth. These storms will likely just make it to Dallas, though, if they're moving in the right direction. So Fort Worth, you might be okay. Dallas, though, definitely stay alert, as we are looking at some severe potential in the next few hours, and that is highlighted by this StormNet, as they are saying right here. They're at for damaging winds around 70% chance of it within a lot of these areas, so definitely seek shelter indoors if a warning is issued for your area. As well as here in Oklahoma, there's even a very high risk of damaging winds here for Oklahoma City and to the northeast of it. Now, I will mention this is not very good at regionalizing things, so if there are breaks in the storms or gaps, StormNet doesn't really understand it very well. They don't really display those very well, so it can be regionally a bit more wrong, but yeah, some areas here, just the east of Kansas City, there's more potential there, and even St. Louis, there's some potential. But if we look at the hail, that's where our potential is greatest, just actually right next to St. Louis. We're looking at some hail potential. Now, will this agree with what we're seeing on radar? Possibly not. But it's always something good to consider. Actually, I guess it might, because it's looking like, well, yeah, the storm is actually heading a bit more northeast than it was expected to. It was expected to take more of this path, you can see on the warning, this type of path, but it's actually shifting a bit more this way. So they might even have to adjust that warning a little bit. to compensate. But definitely, if you're to the northeast of St. Louis, you want to be very prepared to seek shelter, as we have this very large area of potentially significant hail. Yeah, 1.5 inches currently. They could even update it depending on what kind of reports we're getting out of there. Let's see what St. Louis is saying on reports. Yeah, we're seeing a lot of reports of like 0.75, 1 inch, 1 inch hail. A large swath of it just to the north of St. Louis, so definitely not good for any property outside, but let's see what this says. Yeah, so still radar indicated tornado, which is great. I don't think we're going to be seeing too much from it. Alright, the rotation has gotten slightly more organized. You can see there's some way to look at it there. I mean, we saw that because of the hook. You can kind of see it's that traditional supercell shape here, pretty much. You have that hook right here, and at the tip of that is typically where we would see that tornado potential, somewhere over here. But when you see like a little donut shape, like we're seeing right here, that does sometimes indicate a strong updraft. So that's also something we'll have to watch out for. As with strong updrafts brings hail potential, as we're seeing with all these reports, and of course tornadoes, as tornadoes are fueled off of updrafts. Hey, Daniel Bashner, yeah, it has been a while. Haven't posted in a very long time. I just got busy with school and everything and forgot about it, I guess. But I'm gonna try and get back into it. But yeah, definitely we're seeing a little bit of a lull in the tornado activity as of now. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings are still up though, including in southwestern Missouri. We have severe thunderstorms currently moving through here. And if we take a look at the ECA here, we have this line of severe storms currently extending from around Arcola to Osceola. I do not know how to pronounce any of this. And it's looking like Bolivar, you're about 22 minutes out. Flemington, 13 minutes. Hermitage, 22 minutes. Lewisburg, 33 minutes. Buffalo, 37. And Camdenton, 53 minutes out from this line, impacting your areas. But definitely, I'd say wind and hail potential is the primary threat. Pretty much with any line of severe thunderstorms, wind and hail are the primary threats. And occasionally we can see some rotation, but again, pretty much it's a severe wind and hail potential. And we could see that on radar. That area of hail that's right here is what we're going to be watching. Right over Stockton. So if you're in Stockton, definitely seek shelter. Same with Umberview Heights. Seek shelter indoors. Essentially be under a roof. Be away from windows, because when we have damaging winds and hail, when that comes together, that could be a major problem. Now I'm going to take a look at Twitter real quick. I want to see if there's any reports of anything, if any tornado videos out. We'll just quickly take a look. Kingfisher tornado. Alright, here's a video, this is 58 minutes ago, I believe, of a tornado in Kissinger. Now, it looks like maybe it wasn't a tornado at the time they were recording it. It looks more like a funnel cloud. Where's Kingfisher? Nope. Alright, I'm not sure where that is, but Oh, this is the Oklahoma one. This was in Oklahoma. It wasn't this one, right? No. Oh, apparently there was a tornado just to the northwest of Oklahoma City that I missed. Will you get a tornado tonight? Tulsa. Let's see. Now I cannot guarantee anything, or guarantee nothing will happen, but at this time it's uncertain. There's not much more I could say. You are in the moderate, of course. Pretty much right there in the moderate. And we do have these storms moving. I guess they're moving east. Yeah, this storm near Stillwater is currently moving towards Tulsa. So we'll see how it develops. I cannot give you a surefire answer, obviously, but definitely stay alert. It's definitely a possibility. Especially if anything develops with the Stillwater storm right here. There is actually rotation, though. I will mention that. Right here, just below Glencoe and just to the northeast of Stillwater, there is some rotation right here. So there is a rotating thunderstorm approaching your area, your general area. So it's definitely possible. It looks like it probably will miss Tulsa a bit. Depends if you're a bit more north of it or directly in the city, but there's definitely the potential. That's all I can really say at this time. Even down here, there's a lot of these storms which will probably hit Tulsa. And any of those storms could just gain rotation there. So it's very uncertain, but it's very possible at the same time. You just got hit with hail and a tornado warning. Cars are dented. Good thing we got insurance. I'm guessing you're probably near St. Louis. Based off that, because St. Louis there was and is a tornado warning, and there was a lot of hail with that storm. It's just to the north of it, like Spanish Lake, Florissant. But yeah, definitely, it's a good thing that you weren't injured, like WX Will was saying. Best thing you could do during hail, winds, tornadoes, just stay inside, stay away from windows. That's the best thing you can do. And unfortunately, a lot of people just don't listen. Maryland Heights, okay. And then this storm near Herman and New Haven, it's definitely organized, I will say that. You could definitely see that clear supercell structure here. And it looks like New Haven, actually that hook right there is hitting right for New Haven, about 20 minutes out, and Marthasville, 37 minutes out. So who knows, that could also be some tornado potential. There is some rotation there, redeveloping. Now, as of now, it's in a good place because it's in a sparsely populated area. But definitely something to watch because New Haven, not sure what the population is there, but definitely concerning. And we do have our first flash flood warning of the day. This is in Taylorville, Morrisonville, Assumption, Malacca, Stonington. There is a flash flood warning in effect for these areas. Then it's just radar indicated, of course, as of now, but definitely some flood potential there. So remember, during any flash flood situation, you want to, if you have to be out driving, you do not want to drive through any flooded roadways, or you also don't want to be driving through any flooded roadways, especially ones that are deep. I don't know what I'm talking about right now, but just a few inches of water is actually enough to float your vehicle, depending on the vehicle, of course, but for a lot of just normal sized cars, it could float your vehicle, and that could be hazardous, and then less than an inch could even cause your vehicle to hydroplane. So don't underestimate the power of water, especially flowing water. It's actually one of the leading causes of death as a result of weather, is flash flooding and storm surge. Especially with hurricane situations, storm surge actually is the majority of fatalities, which is unfortunate, but it's also surprising too. And it does look like the tornado potential has decreased a bit in the St. Louis area. They're not extending the tornado warning anymore eastward, and there's not that well of a defined area of rotation. So I would say Granite City, Edwardsville, you're pretty much good on tornado potential. There's not going to be the greatest threat there. We heard you're supposed to get more around midnight. It's definitely possible because, as you can see, there's this area of storms right here that's moving pretty much straight for the St. Louis area, and then all these storms over here that'll be moving eastward. So a lot of the areas that are already getting impacted are going to be getting impacted again. So that is definitely something to consider, and that's why, just because the storm has passed by already, there's definitely more potential later. And there's even this storm right here, just to the west of Washington, which is developing a hook and some rotation, and might even go tornado warning pretty soon. Oh yeah, definitely could be. And there's a lot of hail potential with that as well. That's heading straight for St. Louis, actually. So again, there's a lot of concerns. Local officials are saying to be cautious of today's storms. Some could produce extremely large hail, up to softball size, even large tornadoes, with 13 miles to the northeast of Tulsa. Okay. Okay, yeah. There's definitely some potential. I will say that. But you just gotta wait. It's basically a waiting game, because it's impossible to really guarantee anything will or will not happen. And there is still some storms moving through portions of West Virginia and Virginia. There's a lot of those weak cells moving through those areas. Yeah, I'll definitely watch the area, especially if there's storms there. As of now, there's not too much, but if anything does happen, I'll definitely try and focus there. Okay. I'm just checking something on my other screen. Okay, that looks good. But yeah, if we actually take a look at the entire setup, the national radar here, you can see it's just a big line of precipitation. I'll even loop it. and you can see it's kind of flowing this direction. So a lot of the stuff that we're seeing right now in like the St. Louis area, there could be more potential later on. So a lot of concerns there. It's a very widespread threat as well. It makes it hard to cover everything in these types of coverage videos and stuff, because there's just so much to look at and you just don't know what to focus on. And we'll take a look at Oklahoma again. Now, there is some storms approaching Tulsa, I believe. If this loads. Alright. Alright, yeah, it looks like, okay, I see. Oh, so yeah, this. All right. So this storm right here, it may impact you. Now, currently, it's only going for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch size hail. If not this, then maybe the one below it, 70-mile-per-hour, 1.25-inch size hail. But it could change a lot within whatever amount of time, and it's moving kind of strangely, so it's kind of hard to really say what it's gonna do. Wind is crazy. Outside tree just fell in our backyard. Yeah, that is possible. Because a lot of times storms can have like outflow winds and winds that are not like along with the precipitation, so that's definitely possible if you're referring to it being like just now after the storm passed. But yeah, I'd say in Tulsa, definitely just watch the forecast. It should be good as of now. It doesn't look too significant, at least with tornado potential, but there is definitely rotation. Now, specifically right here, it's moving it's in between my two little movement points, so it's kind of hard to tell where it's going. It looks like it's going more to the northeast, though, so I would say it's going to miss you, at least that pocket of rotation there. Oh yeah, most likely. But I'm not saying nothing else could develop, because everything is just very uncertain. Rotation can pop up any minute and can disappear any minute. And we'll take a look at this St. Louis storm here again. I'm trying to focus on the major cities. But, yeah, let's see. Yeah, St. Louis has some time. New Mel get hit 44 minutes. Interstate 64 over here. It's a good hour out, so yeah, St. Louis, you have another good hour, maybe even 2, until the next storms hit. But this one is definitely concerning. I don't know if it'll hold up, but it does have rotation. And it does have a very large area of hail just above it. Weather Service is saying 1.5 inches of hail in diameter, so that's definitely significant. Including down here, we also have that other line of storms moving eastward that could also pose a threat near Bolivia. So yeah, that's definitely a recurring theme. Storms are going to be moving west to east. This is basically a line of them. So definitely something to just pay attention to, that storms, it's not a one and done type of situation, like we all wish it was. But again, with this line, it's actually looking like it's heading to a slightly less dense populated area, so that's good news there. if that line does move eastward. Although Camden, Lebanon, you are in the path of that. There's no major cities. That's the main thing, and if there's no major cities, then that's still better. It's better news than not. Now, there is a little bit of a lull in the severe weather. I'm noticing that. A lot of the warnings are expiring. Now, they're definitely going to be reissued, I will say that. At some point, the threat will restart. It's going to be a long night. A lot of more hours to go. And we have a new severe thunderstorm warning issued in Virginia. The first one of the day, actually. This is in effect for Glasgow, southern Lexington, Buena Vista. And yeah, it's currently about to pass over the mountains again. And the mountains, they have a interesting effect on them. But as of now, in the valley right here, if you are in any of these towns I just mentioned, or if you're on Interstate 81, definitely be cautious of the hail potential. 1-inch size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And West Virginia, we also have a special weather statement for 40-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. And then another flash flood warning is up in just to the southeast of Springfield. This storm right here is producing a lot of heavy rainfall. You can actually see a lot of reds and pinks. So a lot of heavy rainfall, and you could see it's kind of going this way. It's kind of non-stop rainfall, which is another recurring pattern with this event. So definitely flash flood potential will be increasing as the hours continue and as these storms continue to recur and these big lines like this just continue to happen. So remember, flash flooding. Don't drive through flooded roadways, no matter how much they may seem in depth, but just know hydroplaning, big problem, and just a few inches of water can float most vehicles, so just be cautious of that. And I know as night comes, it's kind of hard to see the flooded roadways as well, but if possible, avoid them. Do I have an X account? Yes, I do. I could post the link to that. I'm not posting that much on it today because I'm doing the stream, but the link for that is in the live chat. And thanks, Oscar Miles. Thanks for the subscribe. Dang, 16 congruent viewers at one point. That's a lot more than usual. And then back in Texas, we still have some severe thunderstorms passing through. Now, I will mention that between these two warnings, when I said there was a bit of a break, it looks like there is some reformation happening, some redevelopment of that line, which is very good. Well, no, it's not. It's very good for the storm, but not for Fort Worth. Now, yeah, I would say the way the storm is moving, I would say it's going to be heading this way. So Fort Worth, I don't know if you're going to be out of this anymore. It looks like you're still going to be getting this storm. Will it be slightly less severe than to the south and north? Possibly. But unfortunately, Fort Worth, it doesn't look like you're going to be avoiding the worst of it entirely. But yeah, the southern portion of the line, it's not too intense. Again, special weather statements, if you are in those areas, still seek shelter indoors. Small hail and damaging winds are all possible. And I will say up here, there's another area of some heavy or large hail just over Argyle in Texas. And this is going to be heading to the east towards Frisco, Allen, McKinley. And then we head back into Oklahoma. Again, it has chilled out a little bit, especially in central Oklahoma. You can see just two special weather statements remain. But northeast Oklahoma, we're still tracking some storms moving through. We have this one just to the west of Cleveland, which is heading pretty much, I want to say it's going to miss Tulsa. Based off the current motion, it's going to miss, well, yeah, it's going to miss Tulsa for the most part. I think the next threat's going to be whatever's forming behind it. We have all these cells forming down here. That's the next potential. If those, well, we have a new tornado warning. We have a new tornado warning in effect for Barnsdall, Winona, and Hominy. This is a radar indicated tornado, and oh yeah, definitely some rotation on radar here. You can see that contrast between the reds and greens, well, pink, right there. We're seeing basically rotation right there. And then you can see right here, it kind of heads this way. This is inflow, essentially air inflowing into this little area of rotation. And we could have a funnel cloud, a wall cloud, or even a tornado right there. So that's another area we're going to be watching closely. Towns like Barnsdale, Avalance, Ramonia, Ochalata, and eventually Talala is in the path of this potential tornado. So if you are in those areas, again, seek shelter in the most interior room in the lowest floor of your home. All right, thanks, Oscar. Take care. Let's see. But yeah, definitely a decrease in the activity for the meantime. Back by St. Louis, we still have this storm. Let's see how this is doing. Still has that area of rotation. It's a bit more broader and less defined, but it's still there. It's still something to watch as it heads closer to St. Louis. And then that hail potential is also something to watch. Weather Service is saying 1.5 inches in diameter for hail. With that storm still moving through more rural areas, but as it moves eastward, it's going to be entering the St. Louis metropolitan area, and with that comes a bunch of other hazards. Yep, tornado warning is just to the north of you. Yep, that's right. Now, luckily, that is going to miss you. As well as the storm that's just to the southwest of it. I don't know. It's looking interesting. There is some storms over... I don't know. It's possible that they could just miss you. It's looking like this right here. This... Well, this is kind of moving... I don't know. We'll see. I think it's a we'll see type of event. And is there anything over here I'm missing? Might be. Yeah, I think it's a we'll see event. You're not in the clear yet, but some of these storms to your west, they're moving strangely. The line is getting a little bit closer though, so yeah, just stay alert, stay weather aware, and we'll see what happens. But most of these cells appear to be... Well, actually, I will say this. There is these storms over here, which are kind of moving in this direction. So, yeah, there is some potential still. I'm not going to say anything yet. There's still potential with those storms further back. I'm not saying it's gonna bust yet. I'm not making that official proclamation yet. I'm just talking. Yeah, definitely some flash flood concerns to the west of Charleston in Illinois, as well as severe potential still. Wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour and 1 inch size hail. I'm going to take a look at that tornado over here by Hominy. It does appear like, let's see, is this going to load? Okay, yeah, with this tornado warning, there is definitely strengthening rotation right by Winolia. Now, this rotation is heading generally to the east. It's going a bit more north than expected again, but I'd say Barnesdale, you're not in the clear. Or Chawata, Norada, any of those regions, I'd say definitely seek shelter indoors. Even Norada, you're not in the tornado warning yet, but it's never too early to begin making preparations. There's even a little pocket of something maybe up here just to the west of Pawhuska, so tornado potential is still active here in northeastern Oklahoma. Pretty much above Tulsa for the time being. Let's see. This line over here, just to the north of Springfield's. Let's see. Yeah, so the Bolivar area is looking like is actually seeing some pretty large hail potentially. At least that's what radar is indicating. Weather Service is saying 1.75 inch hail. Oh, it's observed. I'm actually not surprised because there was pretty strong rotation there, and if I take a look at the correlation coefficient, is it even on here? It's not. Oh, yes, it is. Okay, maybe it's not. It's not a good one. Yep, it is observed. All right, we have an observed tornado. Observed tornado on the ground in Winona. Waiting for this to load. Yeah, we have an observed tornado on the grounds in Winona, and you can see very clearly we have a pocket of rotation right here, where that little triangle symbol is the center of that rotation, and is likely where that tornado is currently located. And it just moved, and yeah, look at that. That is very strong winds. We're looking at, wow. Now I can actually pull up this. I believe this will tell me the wind speeds. You can get an estimate, a radar estimate on the strength. Okay, we have 80 mile per hour winds. Radar detected 80 mile per hour winds with this. Of course, radar is not the most accurate source for live information like that, but we have an observed tornado on the ground in the area of, or just to the southeast of Winona, and it's heading straight towards Barnsdall and potentially even Ramonda and Ochalata. Actually, probably straight for the Ochalata area, or just to the north of it on its current path. But this is definitely a significant situation that we're looking at here. A tornado is confirmed on the ground. So again, if you are in Barnsdale or Winona, remember, seek shelter on the lowest floor of your home, into your room. Basements are the best place to be. And if you don't have any of those things, then bathrooms are best because they have that piping within the walls. It's a room with extra structural support within those walls and will give you the best chance during a tornado. Now, I will say that storm near Bolivia over here is packing in a lot of large hail. Radar indicated a lot of large hail associated with this storm. Weather Service still saying 1.75 inch. There's another new warning ahead of it, which is up for, again, 1.75 inch size hail and 75-mile-per-hour winds there. And yes, there is a CC drop. I could try and show that. Alright, this is not a good software for it, but there we go. You can kind of see, it's hard to see, but there is some lighter colors there, which is trying to show that maybe some dirt or light objects are being picked up. So as of now, based off CC, it's saying it lost its drop. And yeah, you can kind of still see it. I would argue that, because it had one. Oh yeah, definitely had a more defined one. It's probably still, though, because it's kind of there. But we definitely did have one. Like right here, you can clearly see this is objects, dirt, depending on the strength. Definitely some type of material being lifted up. And I would even argue it's still there. You can kind of still see it, especially in this latest run. There's something there. It's a bit weaker now, of course, but there's something. So definitely, most likely, some type of tornado on the ground of some intensity. So if you are in Barnsdall, seek shelter immediately. A tornado is on the ground and approaching Barnsdall. And then also towns like Ochalata is also in the direct path of this. So if you were in Ochalata, seek shelter immediately. Though you're not in the tornado warning, it most likely will be extended for your area unless it falls apart, which is unlikely at this time. And we'll take a look at the Oklahoma City area again. Now, most of these storms today have been dodging the main city center, which is good. But the town of Kingfisher and Okarche is, I cannot pronounce any of this, I'm sorry. He's currently in the direct path of this line of storms, and there's a lot of large hail potential along with this line. Weather Service is currently saying around 1 inch size hail. It's a hail-driven severe thunderstorm warning. And let's see. Yep, now this software is registering it is an observed tornado on the ground. We'll take a look at it again. Yeah, definitely some strong rotation still continuing across the area. You can see we have that inflow remaining. Now it's a bit hard to see, but somewhere within here, we likely still have a funnel cloud, strong rotation, something associated with this. Now, CC drop, let's see. It may have something. It's very slight, but it's definitely a potential. We might be getting some very light materials being lifted up. Potentially some dirt, dust, anything like that could be being lifted up. But remember, if you are in Barnstall or Ochelada, remember, seek shelter indoors immediately. There is a tornado still confirmed on the ground at this time, and it's heading directly for, we're pretty much right above Barnstall right now, and approaching Ochelada. A extension to the tornado warning is likely, probably during the next couple of minutes. Just updating the news bar at the bottom quickly. Whoops. And as of now, that is our only tornado warning that is currently issued, but it is still observed on the ground. So we have a confirmed tornado. And we're going to quickly take a look at the Fort Worth and Dallas metropolitan area again. We have this line of storms, and actually it has developed pretty substantially since we last took a look at it. Fort Worth is currently in a severe thunderstorm warning. We have 65 mile per hour wind gusts and 1.75 inch sized hail, likely within this area here. So Fort Worth is currently in a severe thunderstorm warning. Check cams for the Tulsa area. Yeah, definitely. I'll do that in 1 second. But yeah, definitely some redevelopment of the line here, and it's probably going to fill in by the time it hits Dallas. So Dallas, if you were in Dallas right now, I would definitely prepare to seek shelter indoors. Severe potential is increasing for your area. Now we're going to take a look at the cams in the Tulsa area. Hoping there is something up. There might not be. You can check the map. For whatever's nearby. Okay, yeah, there are cams. I don't know why they didn't come up. Okay, I don't know how good these are, but we'll try them. Okay, yeah, this website's not active. Okay, yeah, I doubt the quality of these ones. Yeah, they're not very good. Yeah. Yeah, there's not many good cameras in that area, unfortunately. You can take a look at Oklahoma City, though, for the time being. If this camera's even on here. Alright, yeah, we have one. So Oklahoma City right now is currently seeing, oh, cancer bomb. Okay, yeah. Wow. Yeah, thanks for clarifying that. um, yeah, it does look like the ARRR is bringing the last area of severe potential around 10 to 11 p.m. and tornado potential as well. There is an increase around 10 to 11 p.m. Now, excuse me for one moment. All right, I'm back. Sorry for that. We'll just take a look at normal precipitation. Let's see what that's saying. So currently it's like 8. Let's see. Does this line up with radar right now? Does it? I mean, it kind of does. Oh yeah, it kind of does. Okay, I see what it's saying. So the ARRR at least is showing these storms back here. These storms are going to, during the next couple of hours, potentially re-strengthen. And that could be the last round of severe potential. Actually, what's the ARRR 15-minute? Yeah, the ARRR is showing some level of severe potential late tonight. Now, the timing could be wrong, but it's showing some potential, so I wouldn't call it a bust yet. NAM, let's try NAM. NAM is showing another wave of severe potential around like 11 to 12 p.m. So it's something. I wouldn't call it bust yet. There remains severe potential. Even the NAM is showing like some pretty decent formation there. So I would definitely not call it a bust yet. We have some remaining potential. And it does look like they did extend the tornado warning. They issued a new one. Now, this new one is no longer a confirmed tornado. But that rotation is definitely still there. For the most part. And it looks like Ochalada and Nawada are in the path of this area of rotation, which could become a tornado in the future. So definitely still, if you're in Ochalata, seek shelter indoors immediately, as there is still the potential for a tornado to reform. And Nawada and Delaware, definitely be prepared for the potential of another tornado warning issued for your area, and know where to go if one is issued. Now remember, you want to be on the lowest floor of your home, the most interior room, and if you have a basement, that's preferably the best. Now we also have another tornado warning in effect. This is for just to the east of Bolivar, actually. That storm you've been watching with that large area of hail has actually just gained some rotation since I last checked here. So definitely some tornado potential also active with this storm. Now, it's pretty rural area here, but eventually Lebanon is at threat from this potential tornado. So if you are in this tornado warning, like I've been saying for the entire time, seek shelter indoors, the lowest floor of your home, preferably a basement. And if you have a very small home with no main interior rooms, a bathroom is preferable because it has those piping, which is or can be considered a form of extra support, and that could mean a difference of your walls collapsing in or not. Now I'm going to zoom in St. Louis, as it does look like that severe thunderstorm is moving in just to the northeast of it. And I think, yeah, that's what it is looking like right now. We have a supercell thunderstorm actively moving to the northeast of St. Louis. It's going to miss the center C by a decent amount. But definitely, anyone here, Spanish Lake, St. Charles, O'Fallon, New Melle, Chesterfield, Alton, you should definitely be preparing for the potential of heavy rain, large hail, and potentially even a tornado if that rotation, or that very broad, weak rotation, does strengthen up, as it definitely was stronger earlier and definitely could re-strengthen during the next hour or so. Now, currently, St. Charles, you're about 37 minutes out from this storm impacting your area. So there is time to get prepared, but definitely continue monitoring the forecast and know where to go during a severe thunderstorm or a tornado if the situation becomes tornadic. Now we have a new tornado warning just issued in Cleburne and Joshua. This is in Texas, just to the south of Fort Worth. Now, if we take a look at our velocity here, you can see we do have this little couplet of rotation right here. And we could check if there is a CC drop at all. Now, I'm thinking not, but we will check. Yeah, so as of now, it's hard to tell. I would say no. So as of now, there is no confirmation of anything being picked up or any large objects being lifted up into the atmosphere, at least not by radar, but we definitely have the potential for something, as we have that couplet of rotation. It's decently strong, and there is a tornado warning now issued for that storm, and the townships of Keene, Alvarado, and Venus are all in this tornado warning. So if you are in any of those towns, seek shelter in the lowest floor of your home, as we definitely do have some potential there for this potentially becoming a tornado. Now, this thunderstorm is also impacting Fort Worth at this time. We could see if we could actually pull up a Fort Worth live cam. I'm pretty certain they have something there to see what's going on there. Oh yeah, definitely. We'll do this one. Okay, this is not updating. This is from 2019. Okay. That's very useful. This is a semi-live cam. Not a very good angle though. The problem with a lot of these live cams is they're just not in a very good position a lot of times. That's great. You can check though if there is any webcams in the area worth noting. Alright, yeah, here's a traffic cam in the bottom right corner. Not much to see, but it is just about towards the end of dusk. Alright, this one just definitely something to see. It looks like there's some dark clouds in the distance. It's very hard to tell, of course, but definitely something. Something to see. Now this tornado is, or potential tornado is currently just to the west of Keene and is approaching Alvarado and Venus. So Venus is about 23 minutes out and Alvarado is about 12 minutes out. So seek shelter immediately if you are in any of those towns, and remember what I've been saying the whole time: interior room, lowest floor, basement if possible. Now we also have this storm over, it's actually just to the north of Buffalo at this time. Another potential tornado. Rotation, it's kind of visible there, but it's a bit on the lesser organized side. But definitely also a hail threat just in the north portion of the storm above the hook. That's where our greatest hail potential is currently located. And then we have another tornado warning, which is still in effect for the Bartlesville area. This is that one in Oklahoma right now. Hail potential is a concern with this, and there is some I would say there is some rotation here. You can kind of see that. Probably not a tornado on the ground at this time, but something definitely to pay attention to. Could be a rotating wall cloud or even a funnel cloud. And then something to mention is that storm just above Fort Worth. There's reports coming in of 3-inch sized hail in diameter. So confirmed 3-inch size hail is observed with that storm. Now the hail did diminish a bit, and now it's looking a bit on the weaker side, but yeah, 3-inch size hail in diameter, that's pretty significant. Moderate risk is gone. I did not see that yet. Let's see. Yep, it is gone. Now, I will mention it's still an enhanced risk. I've had this debate so many times myself in my own severe weather experiences, but enhanced risk is still decent. Hail risk was decreased as well too. Still 30% significant though. I mean, it's still decent. I mean, it's still an enhanced risk, and I'd still be on here probably live. It's still something notable, and it seems like the SPC is saying that there is some potential still. So it might not be a bust. Or I could be wrong, and it could be. That's just the level of uncertainty there always is. But models currently did show some type of final organization happening and coming through the northeast Oklahoma area. So it's not a complete bust yet. There is still hope if you want to see something. Okay, so this storm, just to the south of Dallas-Fort Worth, rotation has weakened a bit. It's looking a bit disorganized. Honestly, they might cancel the tornado warning. But regardless, Alvarado, Venus, still stay in your safe place. We never know what could happen with the rotation. Sometimes it could die and then reform as a EF5. It's very uncertain what areas like this end up doing, but definitely stay in your safe place until the warning is expired. Though I think you are pretty much in the clear, at least in the terms of tornadoes. And then that rotation heading towards Lebanon, it's hard to see. There's a lot of interference there. Does that mean it's not there? No. But it also looks like it is dying down a bit. But still, Lebanon, Buffalo, stay in your safe place. Do not leave your safe place until the all clear is given. Now we're going to take a look at that St. Louis storm again. We'll see how that's developing now. It is moving still a bit more north than expected. I know a lot of these storms today have been moving slightly more north than the warnings have been. So northward trend is definitely happening. Lake St. Louis, St. Peters, O'Fallon, Cottleville, Old Monroe, Wendelsville, all those areas definitely should be seeking shelter indoors, away from windows. Damaging winds and large hail are possible. 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1.5-inch size hail expected with that storm. So, again, wind-driven hail is not something you want to be dealing with. It causes the hail to become projectiles, and that can cause damage to windows, people, vehicles, property, all of the above. So definitely be indoors and preferably away from windows if possible. Now, they did issued a new tornado warning in effect in northeastern Oklahoma. This is an extension to that Bartlesville one. This is in effect now for Delaware, Nowata, Auia townships. I'm sorry, I cannot pronounce any of this. Any of these names. I know there's a lot of Native American population here, so it's probably influenced by that. And I'm just unable to pronounce them. But definitely still some potential here for rotation and tornado formation, of course. We have something here. It's a little bit less defined, but there's something, and I've seen many times there's been tornadoes that look just like this. And even if it's not confirmed, it is definitely still potentially there. Maybe someone just hasn't seen it. That's another thing. Just because it's not confirmed doesn't mean it's not on the ground. It's only confirmed on the ground if a spotter spots it, essentially. Or if local management officials, emergency management officials confirm it. I've even heard in the past there's been times when people faked tornadoes. They would post videos of a very powerful tornado and it didn't exist. And Actually, a tornado emergency was issued for that once, and there was never a tornado at all. Interesting stories. But I'm not saying that's what's happening. So if you're in Nowata, Delaware, Alue, seek shelter immediately. There is a potential tornado currently moving directly towards Nowata and even southern Delaware at this time. So seek shelter there. And also in Lebanon Township, this is in Missouri, seek shelter as well. There is still some level of rotation. Let's see how it's developed over the past few minutes. Yeah, it's pretty disorganized. It's hard to see, but there is something there. And essentially, we don't know what's there. So if you are in Lebanon Township or on Interstate 44 at this time, definitely seek shelter indoors. If you're on the interstate, pull to the side and wait it out. And if a tornado warning is ever issued and when you're on the highway and it's very close to you at that time, the best thing to do is actually get out of your car and find some type of ditch and actually lay in it, because when you're in a car, the winds from the tornado will actually lift the car up, because underneath the car there's a lot of open space and that allows the wind to get through. But when you're laying on the ground, there's not much space between you and the ground, which means the wind has a hard time lifting you up. Of course, unless it's a very intense one. Very intense tornadoes, there's pretty much no hope there. In that scenario, you'd want to find some type of basement or sturdy structure. LJ is increasing. So look at the KFDR in southwestern Oklahoma. You can see the service front providing to assist new. Yeah. I'll take a look at that. But yeah, I agree. Yeah. 60 mile per hour winds and 1-inch size hail is possible in wherever this is. There's actually no towns here. Over Louisville, we're near Clifford in Virginia. This is just past the mountains pretty much. So there is some severe potential currently ongoing in Virginia as well. And then a large special weather statement is in effect for much of Western Virginia here. Lewisburg, Hinton, Covington, Union, Newcastle, you're all in this special weather statement for 40 mile per hour winds and hail up to 0.25 inches in diameter. And even some pretty large hails being picked up just nearby Coal City there, so be aware of that. And then we'll be moving into the statement area, potentially near Hinton or even Union, or potentially even Athens, depending on the direction that it's taking. So if you're in any of those towns, definitely be prepared to seek shelter indoors. Alright, we have that line. I think that's... Yeah, this is probably what was being shown on models. I should switch to this radar to get a better view of it. But this is the line, I'm pretty sure. Or it could be these cells behind it. But these may be the storms heading towards Tulsa. Or it could be the whatever's forming behind it. But somewhere over here is what would probably be moving into the Tulsa area, if anything does. So that's what we'll really have to watch. A tornado warning remains in effect over near Nowata, Delaware, and Alluvi townships in northeastern Oklahoma. And a tornado warning also remains in effect here in just to the south of Dallas Fort Worth, and just to the north of, Alvarado. So if you're in this tornado warning, continue to stay in your safe place. Yep, there is a new tornado warning up there. Take a look at that. Yeah, so we currently have essentially 2 tornado warnings in effect now. We have the one near Nowata here, and Alluvi in Delaware, as well as this one down to the southwest, which looks a bit more broad and disorganized, which is in effect for the towns of Avant and Siatuk. So if you're in any of these tornado warnings, remember to seek shelter. Lowest floor of your home, most interior room. Basement is preferable, and if you have none of that, then stay in a bathroom. Because bathrooms, they have that piping, it's that which reinforces the walls further, and is overall a bit safer. We also have a new special weather statement in effect here in far northern Texas, the Panhandle. Pretty weak storm here. The only town really currently being affected is Canadian. And this goes for maximum wind gusts of 55 miles per hour. So, alright, I'm mistaken there. It's not necessarily weak. It's definitely a high-end special weather statement. Borderline severe thunderstorm. So, definitely seek shelter if you are in Canadian. Strong winds are definitely possible with this storm, although luckily no hail risk is really anticipated. And we'll take a look at this. We have a severe thunderstorm that's not too far from Indianapolis at this point. This line right here that we're looking at. There's a severe thunderstorm warning currently in effect for Greencastle, Bainbridge, Rochdale, Laguna. All these towns are currently in a severe thunderstorm warning. Local meteorologists are saying that storms should start to move out and completely miss us. Do you think, do I think that? I don't know. I think it's still too early to tell, but it's a potential. It's a very good possibility at the same time. It depends what happens over here. If they stick with moving east, then possibly. If they do what models were showing, and they take a northeast turn, then it's certainly possible. We could take a look at that again. So it's like 9 p.m. now. Yeah, I'd say, I don't know. The HRRR shows storms forming, maybe moving through. I don't know. It's uncertain. NAM. I question the ability of these models sometimes. 10, 11. Yeah, I don't know. It depends. It really just depends on where the storms go. Honestly, the NAM is showing it better of what's currently going on. It's showing these storms right here, which aligns with storms here. So this is this. Now, it shows them moving northeast. But then new storms form next to them. I don't know. It's certainly a mess, I'll say that. You have like one final shot, I'd say, but it's probably going to be late. Like, in a couple of hours, you might have like a final shot at something significant. As of now, it's pretty much clear. You'd probably be good if you just... if you had your weather radio active, and you'd probably be fine. I'm sure you don't have to track it for 3 or 4 more hours. You could probably just relax. Because there's still a decent chance of it busting. But at the same time, there's not, so I don't know. It's up to you what you want to do. Those are some strong winds. There is very strong winds being recorded on radar right now in the Venus area. Red Oak is about 26 minutes out. Waxahachie, oh gosh, is 18 minutes out. Seogoville is 53 minutes out. Ennis, 44 minutes out from this line. It's currently moving through Texas. And there is strong winds currently being picked up right here. Oh yeah, look at that. Radar indicated winds 40-50 mile per hour. Yeah, I definitely say the Venus area, if you're in Venus right now, definitely seek shelter at this time. There is a very strong patch of wind that's likely moving through your area, as well as an area of large hail. So, again, that's hail-wind dilemma coming into play here. Should probably update the news bar. Now, I should check another software just to make sure those winds are accurate. Sometimes software, it does vary a lot. Okay, yeah. So, this software is showing, more reliable software for this type of thing, is showing winds of 73, potentially even 80 mile per hour. Just next to Venus here. Now, keep in mind, this is... we could even take a look at this. Approximately 1,000 feet above ground level. Actually, that's not bad. Yeah, it is a good 1,000 feet above ground level still. But it does give us indication that there are likely very strong wind gusts occurring in that area. So if you are in Venus, make sure you're in your safe place at this time. And something to mention is that you could see right here this very bow-like formation. And this bow-like formation indicates that there are very strong winds likely occurring with this line. So the line is getting very intense. But definitely something to be careful of in these areas is those strong winds. Yeah, Venus, and just ahead of Venus right here is where we are seeing that very well defined bow echo thunderstorm right there. So I'd say areas, Maypearl, you're less than 6 minutes out. Let me get the updated one. I'm sorry, Maypearl, you're less than a minute out. Ovilla, you're 8 minutes out. Waxahachie, you're about 11 minutes out from impact. Red Oak, about 14 minutes. Ferris, 23 minutes. Palmer, 22 minutes. Ennis, 26 minutes. Alma, 34 minutes. Combine, 36. And eventually Kaufman, you're about 50. Same with Oak Grove. Grays Perry, about 50 as well. And Kemp and Oak Ridge, approaching an hour. So if you're in any of those areas, be prepared. As a very tornado damage confirmed northwest of me near Hominy. Yeah, I'm not surprised, honestly. Yeah, that's where we saw that tornado pretty much on the ground, so I'm really not surprised. We could actually check Twitter and see if there's any pictures I could show on there of that. Alright, it's looking like not. But definitely a very significant thunderstorm currently developing there. Weather Service still only saying 65 miles per hour winds there. But I am definitely concerned about that wind threat. I think it's definitely a bit higher than that. And also, they're indicating hail of 1 inch in diameter. Hey, Oscar, welcome back. Can you check Maryland Heights for the midnight storm? Definitely. Now, I do want to mention right now, we do have this right here. This current storm that's passing, I'd say pretty much just to your north. Yeah, just pretty much to your north. And then we also have, I think this is probably what the midnight storm is going to be. It's going to be this chunk of precipitation right here. Let's see if this radar has a better view. This chunk of storms right here is currently moving pretty quickly. Winds of 60 miles per hour. Pretty much, yeah, widespread 60 mile per hour and up to 1 inch size hail is currently associated with it. And we can head, and it's heading pretty much in that direction. So I'm guessing this block of storms right here is going to be what impacts your area later this night, probably around midnight. You need to check storm reports, okay. Yeah, nothing here. Here it is, yeah. Report of tree damage 1 mile north of the Dick Conner Correctional Center. North of Hominy, possible tornado. Event tornado. Public reported tornado on the ground southeast of Hominy. Okay. Yeah, I'm seeing this. Now we still have only one tornado warning remaining. This is right here near Nawada. Now, the rotation, it's pretty weak, honestly. It's not very intense. I'm not too concerned about it at this time. But definitely still stay in your safe place if you're in Delaware or any, it's not much over here actually. Which is good. It's good. It's a very rural area. Now we take a look at Virginia again. We do currently have a severe thunderstorm warning up still. If I can find the nearest tower. There it is. Now this is currently up for 60-mile-per-hour winds and up to 1-sized hail. So nothing significant. Or nothing too significant, I should say. It's currently moving towards Scottsville, and about 25 minutes out from them. And maximum hail size of 1 inch in diameter, 60 miles per hour. So definitely seek shelter indoors, away from windows if you are in this severe thunderstorm warning, though it doesn't look too dense of an area, which is good news. Large cluster of storms right here, about to cross over the Appalachians, so we'll see how that affects them. We live by the airport and all planes are taking off because, oh yeah, because they're delayed. Yeah, I could definitely see that being a problem. Yeah, that first round definitely caused delays. And back down here, we're still looking at that. It's a bit, well, it's a bit less organized now, but we're still seeing that bow echo formation right here, indicating still that threat for very strong winds. And you can really see that still, this little patch of very, very strong winds. Now, this software is messed up, so don't listen to that. Currently, radar is picking up 60, 70, isolated 100-mile-per-hour winds in that little patch. Now, I should remind you that this is around 1,000 feet above the ground, so winds are going to be stronger up there naturally. But it does give us an indication that there is very strong winds associated with this line. And it's showing a very widespread area of 40 to 50 miles per hour, so expect severe thunderstorm winds in areas like Waxahachie, Floreston, Pecan Hill, Palmer, Garrett, Ennis, Bardwell. It's so loud. Yeah, I can imagine. And warning is still up for 65 miles per hour. I'm surprised they're not increasing that, but definitely stay aware of that. Definitely a very big wind potential with that storm. And we could check out that storm net again and see what that's currently showing for winds. Oh yeah, so storm net is currently indicating a very high potential for winds in that area. Now this is just below Dallas. So it's essentially in this area over here is where it's talking about, and you could see a very high likelihood of damaging winds of 60 miles per hour or greater. So if you are in those areas, stay weather aware, seek shelter immediately. If you're in that severe thunderstorm warning, and if you're in any of these towns mentioned, even Roster, Kaufman, Kemp, stay weather aware because it's likely this severe thunderstorm warning will be extended if the line does maintain itself. Now, that moderate risk has been dropped from portions of Oklahoma, but there remains decent severe potential. Enhanced risk is still enhanced. It's still indicating the potential for numerous severe thunderstorms within that area. And down here by Dallas, pretty much just on the edge here is where that very intense line is currently, and I'm not surprised. Because the closer you are to that enhanced, generally the greater the risk will be. The more instability, the ingredients are much more conducive for thunderstorm development. And yeah, Kemp, you're only 45 minutes out from impact now. Kaufman, 41 minutes. Rosser, 29 minutes. Palmer, 12. Waxahachie, you're only 2 minutes out. And Red Oak, you're about 3 minutes out from impact. So expect damaging winds to impact your areas very quickly. And if we take a look at Oklahoma again, we do have that line still actively developing there, and it's unknown exactly what direction it's going to take. Models have been mixed a bit on what we're going to be looking at, but definitely still a concern for more severe potential in Oklahoma. And we also have a new flash flood warning in effect for Kingfisher in Oklahoma. So heavy precipitation that was falling there may cause the potential for flash flooding. So remember, during flash flood situations, you never want to drive through flooded roadways, no matter the depth you may think they are. Just a few inches of water can actually cause your car to essentially float for most vehicles, and even less than an inch could cause your vehicle to hydroplane. So definitely be careful when driving during flash floods and even heavy rainfall in general. Definitely not the best situation to be in. And we can actually check the current river stages in some of these areas. I haven't really been doing that this stream, but if there were greater flood potential, I definitely would be. But we could take a look at that real quick. Hoping this will load. Alright, yeah, so as of now, there doesn't appear to be too much flooding. Nothing notable. Although, if we take a look at some of the flash flood warnings in the Illinois region, central Illinois, it does like the, let's see, to the south of Springfield. So stations, yeah, I'd say Springfield, we are seeing some flooding. And I'm sorry, it's actually forecasted flooding due to this precipitation that's going to be falling and continue to fall throughout the next couple of hours, several hours. The forecasts currently call for the river to actually raise from its normal stage of around 6 feet all the way up to around 18 feet. So it's going to triple its height. And then we'll bring it to the action stage, so some very minor flooding there. And currently, the Illinois River is also forecasted to reach a high level of flooding due to this storm, as well as other producers of precipitation in the coming few days. Now, StormNet is currently showing an increased risk for some damaging winds in Virginia, just to the west of Roanoke. That's essentially where this area of storms is, this statemented area. So areas to the northwest of Roanoke have to be watching out for some severe thunderstorm wind potential. So anyone in the Newcastle area, that's where you really want to be paying attention to that. Now, the severe thunderstorms heading towards St. Louis have diminished a little bit. Now, will they continue and will they re-strengthen? That's still uncertain at this time, but as of now, one severe thunderstorm warning does remain for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1 inch side sail, heading pretty much straight for the north St. Louis area. I see a lot of flash flood warnings are popping up in central Illinois here because of that heavy rainfall, which has been in the area. We could take a look at that current precipitation, but you could see we have that band of precipitation moving through, which is increasing that risk for flash flooding. And remember, never drive through flooded roadways, no matter what the depth of those flooded roadways may seem. Also, remember that just an inch or two of water can be enough to cause your vehicle to hydroplane or even lift up for smaller vehicles. So just be aware of that and take that into account when driving through heavy rainfall and during flash flood situations. The Weather Channel says it will start raining in an hour. Let's see. So yeah, we have this area of thunderstorms here, and then we also have this big cluster here. So this big cluster is moving in your general direction, and this line down here, though it has weakened a little bit, is still staying strong as a severe warned line over by St. Elizabeth, moving pretty much directly towards you. But yeah, that potential does remain, and it could always re-strengthen as well. So definitely stay tuned to all the weather happenings this evening, because there's still definitely some severe and tornado potential pretty much into like midnight, I'd say. Now, Oklahoma as of now is starting to calm down a bit, except for that one line of severe storms. Now, I would like to mention, for anyone in northeast Oklahoma, it is looking like this line is starting to shift to the northeast towards Tulsa. So, it might not be a bust. But pretty much once this line passes, it looks like the end of the severe potential. It's looking like more what the NAM was showing than the HRRR, but we'll see how it plays out. But overall, I'd say it is shifting in the direction of Tulsa. And Paul, you should be definitely paying attention there during the next hour or two on that line. Now let's take a look at the situation with that Texas line. Now I believe it has weakened a bit. It has definitely weakened, though we still do have that bow segment type formation, though it is weaker. And if I switch to this, you can see, though it has become less organized, the winds are still staying strong. We still have very strong winds moving through areas like Waxahachie, approaching Palmer and Ennis. So if you're in this severe thunderstorm warning, still seek shelter. And I would like to mention that the Weather Service has gone forward and upgraded the wind from 65 to 70 mile per hour for this thunderstorm. So 70 mile per hour winds are now confirmed by the are expected by the National Weather Service for some of these areas. So seek shelter indoors, away from windows, because the hail, the winds come together. Not a good thing. Can damage windows, property, etc. And yeah, this line in Oklahoma is definitely making that shift to the northeast. So looks like Tulsa, you're going to have to look out for that. Now, the storms in southern Texas and south central Texas, they are looking a bit weaker. The line is less organized. There's pretty much only two little clusters of storms left. There's one approaching Waco. Waco, you are in the path of this. You're about 31 minutes out. It's expected around 9, 11. You should be seeing that. And this storm is currently expected to have 50 mile per hour winds and hail of 0.88 inch size. So I know Waco is a pretty decently sized city, and Waco should definitely be monitoring this storm. We also have another cluster to the southwest of that near Kerrville and Fredericksburg. This cell is approaching Johnson City and Round Mountain, but luckily is below severe criteria with winds of 40 miles per hour and maximum hail size of 0.75 inches. And these storms, these severe warned storms near North Salem and Danielville are currently approaching Indianapolis. They're going to pass pretty much just the north of the main city. But areas like North Crow's Nest and Cannell are going to be in the direct path of this storm. So if you're in any of those areas, even Winnendale and Lawrence, Castleton, Brownsburg, definitely seek shelter indoors and away from windows. The severe thunderstorm is approaching your area. Fisher is expected to get hit around 10:34. Lawrence 10:29. Carmel 10:26. Williams Creek 10:19. Meridian Hills 10:18. 10:16 for Rocky Ripple. Spring Hills 10:14. Waynedale 10:13. Clearmount 10:02 and Brownsburg 9:55. Eastern, I should specify. For some reason, it's stuck in Eastern time. pretty sure Eastern is used there, but just to clarify. But yeah, currently our greatest severe weather threat at this time is in Texas. That line of storms is currently still staying strong. In appearance, not so much. It's definitely on the weakening trend right now, but its winds are intense still. And that's what's important for us to be monitoring there. So we have to keep an eye on that. Now, in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, we are seeing a lot of lightning strikes being reported. So lightning is a concern. Even after the storms pass, lightning can strike up to 20 to 30 miles away from the main section of the storm. So it's not the best time to be walking around outside. And there was a lot of lightning strikes around in to the northeast of Fort Worth and in the Houston area. I mean Dallas area, to the northwest of Dallas. Now, if we take a look at those winds again, we can see what radar is trying to show. Widespread 40 to 50 mile per hour with a isolated pocket of 70 to 80. But I should remind you, this is above ground level a bit, so you could knock off probably a good 10 or 20 miles per hour off of that. At least that one cluster. And this is a damage threat considerable with a hail threat of 1 inch in diameter and maximum wind gusts of 70 miles per hour. So remains our greatest threat right now is just to the south of Dallas. Now that line in Oklahoma is definitely taking that northeastern shift. Definitely taking a shift towards Muskogee, Okama, Tulsa prior. So those areas should definitely be prepared for that northeastern trend. So is it a bust? Possibly not. It could. This line definitely could be it. At least for Tulsa. But as of now, the main concern remains in Texas. Now I'm going to briefly jump into Ohio. We do have a cell right here in Ohio. It's currently to the north of Danville, and it's approaching Millersburg within the next 30 minutes. Same with Shreve in about 24 minutes. So those areas should seek shelter indoors as 40 mile per hour winds and 0.75 inch size hail is possible in those locations. Now, if we take a look at Indianapolis, we do have a severe thunderstorm just passing by, pretty much just likely to skirt it. It might even just barely impact Indianapolis city center, but as of now, it's looking like Brownsburg, Wayndale, Lawrence, Castleton, Carmel. You're all going to be impacted directly. And with that storm, hail of 1.5 inches and 60 mile per hour wind gusts are expected. Now, if we take a look at temperatures, we can take a look at some data here. Temperatures remain good across a lot of Texas, Oklahoma. These 70s all pretty much are good. Even 60s are pretty much good for thunderstorms. Anything below 60s, it becomes less conducive. You can kind of tell from the temperatures who's done and who's not. And as of now, it's looking like anyone west of Elk City, Oklahoma, you're done. Pretty much draw a line based off of it. Isopleth. I'd say essentially anyone west of this line is pretty much done with severe weather potential for the day. Or should I say for the evening. Now that line that was moving through Waxahachie, it has pretty much fallen apart. Now winds are still holding up for now, for the meantime, but as of now, it is definitely in a weakening trend. Likely to remain a severe thunderstorm, but at this time, still in a weakening trend. And it looks like the threat is dying down a bit for those areas. Weather Channel is saying storms will start at 9 p.m., which is in 10 minutes. Okay, yeah, so it must be talking about this area of rainfall with embedded storms. Although, I guess when it says... Okay, yeah, thunder starts. Yeah, I guess. Because there's a lot of embedded... It's just a lot of rain, but there's a lot of embedded cells within it. For example, like here, here even, here. And those could definitely have lightning associated with them. So, we hear the thunder? Yeah. Yeah, I'd say yeah. It looks like the main threat is going to be this right here. This line near Jefferson City is the main concern, though. And for the St. Louis area, even back here, if this line holds up, this even could be another one, a late night fans. But as of now, wow, the house is vibrating. Yeah, it must be this, probably. I'm guessing it's this cell right here. I could check the lightning maps, though. Oh yeah, there's definitely a few strikes happening periodically. Now, StormNet is highlighting the potential for significant winds in just south of Lawton. Let's see where that is. Okay, so right over here. Okay, yeah, I see that. There's some... Right, I was picking up something there. Wind related. But I'd say definitely this line is taking that northeastern trend. Most likely going to impact Tulsa. Or at least somewhere near Tulsa. See what kind of lightning is being picked up. To knowing that certain softwares I use are able to detect lightning and others don't. Okay, so yeah, I'm definitely seeing a lot of strikes near like Golden Eagle, Brussels, Flint Hill. That's probably what you're hearing. Even over here near Marthasville, Innsbruck. There's definitely a bunch of things. All within the last 20 minutes. It's raining. I'm surprised it wasn't raining at all. Yeah, it's probably drizzling a bit. But yeah, now it should definitely be raining. And it's looking like this line right here is definitely going to be your severe weather threat. It's even bowing out a bit, which could indicate some strong winds. Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely strong winds, so see with that thunderstorm. As well as a tornado possible tag, which would mean there is some rotation somewhere. Maybe this. Apparently it is pretty gusty. Even aside from like outside the thunderstorms, there is a lot of gusty winds being picked up as well. Do you know if it's safe to take a shower in a lightning storm? Now, in my experience, it's usually fine. But do I recommend doing it? No. Because it is possible that lightning, if it strikes, some type of plumbing or some type of, I don't know. Somehow, all I know is it can travel through the metal pipes and water. So I don't. Yeah, it probably it might. I wouldn't do it. Yeah, it definitely could shock you, and I'm sure it's happened many times, unfortunately. So back in Virginia, it does look like those cells are starting to cross the Appalachians at this time, and we'll see if those develop. StormNet decreased the probability of severe winds in that area, so that's something to note. But as of now, the greatest threat for damaging winds is just north of Wichita Falls and just the south of Lawton, just in Oklahoma. So Wichita Falls, Burke Burnett, Brandfields, all these areas are currently dealing with very strong thunderstorms, potentially even the potential for significant winds in the near future if StormNet is correct on that. Radar is picking up some gusty winds there, so I'm surprised that the weather service is keeping it below severe as of now. All right, now I think you have hope, all right? Because this line right here, that's in Lawton and Chickasha, just below Oklahoma City right now, is moving northwestward. And if you kind of follow the track, it's kind of going this way. So I think you do have hope. How much hope? I don't know. But it's something to note that this storm likely is heading to the northeast. Will it continue at its decent intensity? I don't know, but if anything, this will likely be the last threat of the evening to northeastern Oklahoma. And we have a new severe thunderstorm warning up in Ohio. Right here, Glenmount, Millsburg. These areas are expected. Millsburg, you're about 20 minutes out. Glenmount, you're just 4 minutes out from impact of the thunderstorm. National Weather Service is saying 50 miles per hour with a hail size of around 1 inch in diameter as a maximum. So definitely seek shelter indoors and away from windows if possible. Now, our last major cluster of severe storms, other than Texas, would be up here on the Oklahoma and Kansas border. A lot of severe thunderstorm warnings are up here. This is only for 40 miles per hour. 60. So I'd say maximum sustained winds around 60 miles per hour and maximum hail size of around an inch is expected from these storms. Particularly in like areas like Columbus, Ware, Pittsburgh. That's where your greatest potential likely is for large hail. Then we also have that little line near Jefferson City, which is heading eastbound towards St. Louis. Now I think this is the last severe threat of St. Louis for the night, depending on if this strengthens. I know there was reports from someone in the stream that was saying there was a lot of lightning over there actively from a lot of the embedded thunderstorms in this rain that's passing through. But I think the last major severe threat for the city will be over here in Jefferson City, where there is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect. Same goes for in Vienna and St. Elizabeth. A severe thunderstorm warning is in effect for those areas due to the potential of 60-mile-per-hour winds and hail up to 0.75 inches in diameter. Oh, I didn't know I could hide that. That's good. I much appreciate that. Now, if we take a look at the Texas storms again, just the southeast of Dallas, we're still looking at some severe thunderstorms moving eastbound, heading towards Interstate 20 at this time. Canton is about 30 minutes out, Kemp 6 minutes, Oak Ridge another 6 minutes, and Kaufman is about just a minute out from impact. This line of storms is continuing to move through. Winds have died down significantly, though it's still picking up a widespread 50, even isolated 60 mile per hour within that thunderstorm. So we are still looking at severe potential with this, but the threat is slowly decreasing with time. Now, also areas like Grand Saline, you're about 43 minutes out until impact, so you still have a little ways to go, and the storm may die down much more until then, or it could strengthen for all we know. Although it is heading a bit out of the enhanced risk region, so the chance of it increasing in intensity too much is a little bit on the lower end, but still possible. Now over in Virginia, special weather statement has been expanded a little bit for the entire Roanoke area. There you see cells currently moving through. 30 mile per hour movement to the east. Wind gusts up to 40 miles per hour and very small hail, like 0.25 inches, is expected. Virginia, though it's only in a marginal, not too much happening. Just some scattered cells across much of the region. And pretty much all the cells are limited to just below the DC area, so it's pretty limited to just this marginal risk area that was discussed. Now back in Ohio, we have that severe thunderstorm currently moving towards New Philadelphia. Now at this time, the storm is currently about 14 minutes out from Millersburg, 40 minutes out from Sugar Creek, 47 minutes out from Strasburg, and about 48 minutes out from Beach City. So there's a big of a gap of lesser populated regions between Millersburg and Sugar Creek and Beach City. But we do have a threat for 60 mile per hour wind, or 50 mile per hour winds, I'm sorry, and a maximum hail size of around 1 inch in diameter. So a pretty isolated severe threat currently moving through Ohio today. Now the threat will increase significantly as we head into tomorrow, where a moderate risk is in effect for Ohio. And if we take a look at Indianapolis, we do have a storm currently moving through Indianapolis. That storm that that was originally expected to pass to the north, it's kind of doing that, but it does look like it will just the lower portion of the storm will just impact the center city. Though luckily the impacts will be a bit more limited, with maximum wind gusts of 40 miles per hour and maximum hail size of around 1/2 inch. So nothing too significant. Now back down in Texas, we do still have that severe weather threat ongoing to the southeast of Dallas. Now, the severe threat from this particular storm is on the decrease. It's still definitely present. The wind threat has actually increased, I believe, slightly. Well, no, I disagree with that. The wind risk has remained pretty much the same. Radar picking up around 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts within the thunderstorm. And we're also seeing the slight little bow formation, but it's kind of dying out as the winds are dying down and the storm is generally on a weakening trend. Regardless, though, Interstate 20 is in the impact zone of this line, and towns like Canton, Fruitvale, and Grand Saline are in the path. Edgewood being 25 minutes, Wills Point being 18, and Grand Saline a whole 37 minutes, with Canton being 26. Now, it's supposedly the line is about to make that. It's currently making that northeastern shift towards Tulsa. So we'll be seeing what that line is going to be doing pretty soon. Currently, Oklahoma City is currently getting impacted by that line directly. We can actually take a look at a live cam real quick there. Oh yeah. All right, we're now looking at a live cam in Oklahoma City. You can see lightning is flashing, and it appears like heavy rain is currently moving through the region. Alright, just update the news bar, but you can see in Oklahoma City right now, very active skies. Now, I will be right back. I'm going to get a drink of water, and yeah, I will be back. Alright, I am back. You schooled somewhere else. You took the risk. You took the shower. Well, I wouldn't recommend it, but I've done it. I've done it myself many times, so can't blame you. And currently in Oklahoma City, that line is passing over, so very heavy rainfall and winds of 40 miles per hour and potentially hail up to 0.75 inches are occurring. Now, the advisory, the new special weather statement that was issued, shows this line heading eastbound. Although it's kind of hard to tell if it's actually moving eastbound or if the motion display is actually accurate and it is moving a bit to the northeast. I believe it is moving to the northeast though, and the weather service has been on the wrong side with the storm motion a bit today, so I would not be surprised if it is actually moving to the northeast, despite what the statement saying. And just near Joplin, there is wow, Joplin is a famous name. We're seeing the severe thunderstorms currently moving through. Basically, this one big cluster, which may even eventually, well, no, it's probably gonna miss St. Louis or die out by then. But it is a potential. But I think the primary threat to St. Louis is going to be these severe thunderstorms here, which are actively, well, I mean, yeah, they're going to hit just to the north of St. Louis, so probably you. From the looks of it, at least. Although there's still a ways to go. At least an hour, maybe an hour and a half, until the actual line does hit St. Louis. So this is definitely the midnight storm that the news has been talking about. But yeah, the tornado activity has definitely decreased to pretty much nothing right now, so it's pretty much just sitting around doing nothing. Severe thunderstorm warning does remain in effect for Canton, Wills Point, and Kemp in Texas, because that line is still moving east. Now, they did downgrade the winds to 60 miles per hour. And if we take a look at the winds now, they're starting to die down a little bit more. Still 50s and 40s. But radar is bringing those winds down. And the line is pretty much dying out in Texas. Or it's not fully dying out, but it's weakening even below, like, special weather statement standards, so it has a ways to go, but it's pretty much on the way out. Now, I think this line definitely is taking that northeastern shift, and the new warning issued by the Weather Service is in effect for Wari, Warika, Comanche, Velma, and Duncan. And it's currently expected to impact Palmas Valley within the next 50 minutes, Velma next 18 minutes, and Walerka and Kamichi in the next 2 to 3 minutes. And what I was saying was the Weather Service is starting to angle the warning in this direction as well as kind of in this direction. So there is uncertainty in the actual movement of the storm, but it is appearing to be taking that northeastern shift, and I'd say is likely to impact Tulsa. I'm sorry, I'm not doing much talking right now, but we're pretty much at a point where I can't do that much talking, and my voice is getting tired. There's just not enough happening to really discuss in depth. So it does look like thunderstorms are starting to near the St. Louis area. Now they're becoming a little bit less organized at the same time, but they could reorganize themselves, so we'll see. Hmm. The cats have zoomies and they're running all over the place. Zoomies. I'm surprised they're not like. Actually, there might be. I was gonna say flood advisories in some of those areas. There probably are. Yeah, St. Louis area. Not surprisingly, there's not. Like just to the north of St. Louis, I would think there would be, but apparently there's not. Let's see what StormNet's saying. Okay, so Tulsa is now in some level of risk for severe weather. So we'll see what happens. It looks like the threat is increasing for something, so might not be a bust. Oh, Miles, Bear, and Wolf are you? Oh, okay. I didn't realize that till now. Okay, yeah, this storm in Texas is not looking too good. It's definitely weakened substantially. It's trying to hold on, but it's probably going to be downgraded to a special weather statement soon. Because I doubt it can really hold on to the intensity it needs to. Especially because it's leaving the area where the greater risks are. It's heading deeper into the slight, so I would expect it to start weakening soon. Oh, that's actually a severe thunderstorm warning and a general thunderstorm risk. Yep. Severe potential is definitely decreasing in Texas right now. I really don't expect them to continue the severe warning. They'll probably just let it expire. So there's a good 15 more minutes on it though. And it does look like that line is probably going to end up hitting Tulsa, but I guess we'll see how it plays out. Oh, new severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for Lindsay and Purcell, Oklahoma, as well as Wayne and Paoli. Wayne is about 36 minutes out, and Purcell is just about 37 minutes out. Lindsay is only like 5 minutes out. This is the second severe thunderstorm warning issued for that line. That is, I'm thinking is probably going to end up heading towards Tulsa, but we will have to see what happens with it. It looks like it should be heading towards Tulsa, but it's uncertain. And the thunderstorms are still moving through the Appalachians near Roanoke in Virginia. It looks like they're just crossing into not Mountain, Virginia. So we'll see what happens with them. There could even be some severe potential once they fully move over the mountains. It does look like that the line heading towards St. Louis is weakening a bit. It doesn't. Yeah, the severe warning was dropped. Now only a special weather state remains, so we'll see what happens. It could redevelop a bit, but it looks like it's going to remain below severe levels. Probably just heavy rain, maybe some wind, and lightning. But we'll see. We'll see how it develops. And this thunderstorm moving towards New Philadelphia is still active. It's still under a severe thunderstorm warning. For 50-mile-per-hour winds and maximum of 1 inch size hail. New Philadelphia is kind of on the edge, but it's about 27 minutes out. Beach City, like 14. And Carlton is about almost an hour out, like 50 minutes. And back in Texas, the severe thunderstorm warning in Texas is still active. And Canton is about 25 minutes out, and it is for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1 inch size hail still. Although it does look like it's weakening a bit, it is still there. It's holding on. It does still have some gusty winds along with it. So we'll see how long it can maintain itself. And this line is still moving very slowly. And yeah, St. Louis, that line, it does look like it has weakened a bit. But we'll see what happens. And I'm just checking one thing. Okay, I'm back. Oh, we have a new tornado warning just issued. This is just to the northeast of Joplin. And if we take a look at the rotation here, let's change our tower. Okay, yeah, so a new tornado warning is in effect for the towns of Carthage, Avila, Golden City, and Carytown. And it's not that well defined, the rotation there, but there is a tornado warning now in effect for those regions. So if you're in Golden City, Avila, you're about 13 minutes out. Golden City, you are 28 minutes out. So at this time, if you are in this tornado warning, definitely seek shelter in the most interior room on the lowest floor of your home. And if you have a basement, that would be perfect to seek shelter in. And wow, just north of Joplin, the station picked up a wind gust of 72 miles per hour. So a confirmed wind gust of 72 miles per hour has been recorded just north of Joplin. And yeah, we now have a tornado warning to the northeast of Joplin now in effect. And a lot of reports of hail and a lot of lightning too from that storm, that Joplin storm. And you can kind of see that rotation here. It's a bit difficult to see, but we definitely have it right here. Oops. But yeah, right there, we definitely did have some rotation. Wait, how did I miss that? What was I looking at? Alright, yeah, we definitely have strong rotation. I don't know what I was looking at there. And now it definitely fell apart a bit. But we definitely just did have some strong rotation and maybe even a slight CC drop. Oh yeah, we definitely had some sort of CC drop associated with it at some point. So we have some type of dirt, potentially a tornado on the grounds. Ain't not confirmed yet, but a potential tornado on the grounds did occur just in Brooklyn Heights. It looks like it went right through Brooklyn Heights if it was on the grounds, and even western Carthage. But whatever it is, it looks like it has become a lot lot more deorganized. And now all severe thunderstorm warnings in Texas have expired. As I was saying with that one in the Dallas one. It still does appear like this line is starting to make that northeastern shift towards Tulsa. Lightning outside is crazy. Yeah, let me take a look at that. Yeah, oh yeah, and this all the alerts on it have been dropped, but that line I was originally talking about, that probably also is going to contribute to that lightning soon. But there's a lot of these pop-up cells everywhere, and that could definitely be producing a lot of lightning. But yeah, as of right now, we have an active tornado warning just to the northeast of Joplin. I think everyone remembers the Joplin tornado. Luckily, it did not hit Joplin. If it was on the ground, it likely hit Brooklyn Heights and western Carthage. And that is when the tornado warning was issued. It was actually issued late, if anything. And we are seeing that report of 70-mile-per-hour winds, a wind gust of 70 miles per hour confirmed in northern Jasper. In northern Jasper. 72 miles per hour, actually. And yeah, it does look like that tornado potential has diminished very quickly. I would really not be surprised if they dropped the tornado warning earlier than expected, because it is looking not too impressive. But we'll see what they do. Well, I definitely would say it has pretty much diminished. And there's not much of a chance of it reviving itself anytime soon. So honestly, reviewing what's happened so far this night, I think it was a lot. I mean, yeah, there was definitely a lot that happens, but I think it was a bit below average or below what was expected, especially in Oklahoma. I would definitely say it was a bust, even though this line could kind of help them out a bit in some of those areas. For a lot of people in Oklahoma, I think it definitely was a bust, even Oklahoma City, because all they got this line, yeah, but it wasn't severe at all. It was not at all the strongest line, so I think this event definitely underperformed a bit. Now we'll see what happens tomorrow. Tomorrow could be more interesting, and it's a much smaller area. Ohio is essentially the only place there's a moderate in effect for. So it's gonna be a much like smaller region, and I'll probably go live tomorrow at some point as well, depending on what happens. But if there is a moderate tomorrow, I'm definitely going to be live as well, whether on this channel or potentially another channel. I'll post whatever channel I am live on my Twitter. So if you do want to find out what I'm on tomorrow, then you could use my you can check out my Twitter or X. If it's yeah X. I don't think anyone calls it that, but yeah. So tomorrow we're looking at a 15% SIG for tornadoes in pretty much just Ohio, as well as a 10% SIG for portions of western West Virginia, southeastern Indiana, much of Kentucky, much of central Tennessee, and even far northern Alabama. And wind risk, a 30% SIG for Ohio, West Virginia, Indiana, much of Kentucky, um, much of Tennessee, and much of northern Alabama. Similar with the hail, pretty much the same 30% region, just the significant is more situated in Ohio. And then day 3, the risk diminishes. It is then only in East Coast risk, area from New Jersey to South Carolina and then into Florida. That's the only locations where severe weather will be continuing. But yeah, a tornado warning remains in effect for Joplin, including the nearby towns of, or to the northeast of Joplin, including the towns of Carthage, Avila, Carytown, Golden City, and western Lockwood. I think it's better than a cat just sitting on your lap. I definitely agree with that. And severe thunderstorm. Yeah, this line actually in Oklahoma is actually pretty significant as well. It's. Oh yeah. Now there's a severe thunderstorm warning in Tulsa. So the person from Tulsa, I don't know if they're on the stream anymore, but you finally got a severe thunderstorm warning. I love to see more of your vids. Yeah. Actually, I hope to post more, like even like normal form videos, if I remember to. And yeah, I don't know. I used to, and then I kind of just forgot. I don't know why. I just got busy and forgot, and it just stayed like that for like months. But I should definitely get back into it. The rotation on this is still not defined at all. I definitely say they should just let this expire. There's very little reason for the tornado warning to still be up, but if you are in this tornado warning, still take shelter. Remember the lowest floor in the most interior room of your home, preferably a basement if you have one, and if you don't have any of the things I mentioned, a bathroom is best because a bathroom has piping in the walls, and that will help reinforce the structure of the room that you're in. And just to the north of Jasper, there was Joplin, there's now reports of a downed tree at Highway 171. And it said ASAW station reported a wind gust of 73 miles per hour. Alright, well, I think this is a good time to call it a night. Because it looks like most of it, there's that line in Oklahoma that's kind of strengthening, but other than that, there's not too much happening. Just that single line. Texas does nothing, and Illinois, Indiana, Ohio, nothing. And I am very tired, and my voice is very tired, so I'm probably just going to call it. But yeah, I want to thanks everyone for watching, and definitely go check out my Twitter because tomorrow I'll post on I'll post the stream or whatever whenever I'm streaming, I'll post the link to that on there. So I'll just post that in chat if anyone wants that. And yeah, thanks everyone for watching. I'm surprised the actual the stream got the 16 viewers at one point, which is crazy. That was like much earlier, like almost like around 8 o'clock. But yeah, thanks everyone for watching. I hope the stream was informative, and I know not as much happened as was expected, but I hope it was interesting, and I hope I kept everyone informed. So yeah, thanks for watching. I hope to see you on other streams in the future, and yeah, Have a good rest of your night. And for anyone in the affected regions, like the one person from Tulsa, if you're still on here, probably not, but yeah, definitely stay safe and make sure your alerts are on your phone and your weather radios are active, so you definitely get those alerts for whenever any more severe weather does happen late tonight. Anyways, thanks again for watching and stay safe tonight.